Dear all, a very warm welcome to the virtual presentation of the second edition of Realty Plus Women Icon Conclave and Awards 2022. As many industry reports and global researchers have suggested that firms with greater gender diversity among senior leaderships perform better. So today, we have with us women leaders of Indian real estate to shed light on their business approach, their outlook of the industry, and the way ahead for women professionals in this sector. But before that, let me introduce myself. I am Sapna Srivastava, editor Realty Plus, and let's begin the proceedings of the day with the auspicious Ganesh Mantra.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuru me Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
On that positive note, let's take a look at the brief introduction of Realty Plus.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 17 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus and we lead the way.
So this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what are our latest initiatives. Friends, in fact, it is a proud day for us at Realty Plus as we celebrate our 18th anniversary today and are stepping into the 19th year of the publication. Started in 2004, we completed 18 years as credible media in the real estate sector. I take this opportunity to wholeheartedly thank our readers, associates, and partners on behalf of the entire Realty Plus team for supporting us in this incredible journey. For those who are just getting associated with us, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business at Realty Plus, to know more about us. We look forward to some great long-term collaborations with you. So coming back to today's event, it is now being live streamed on Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, and Realty Plus Facebook and Realty Plus LinkedIn pages. We also take this opportunity to thank our organization for its support, business media partner, BW Business World Media Group, online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and organized by Team Realty Plus. Friends, Indian real estate has been changing at a fast pace, from becoming a relatively more organized sector, acceleration of technology in real estate, to growing gender diversification. There have been some very positive developments in the industry. A lot more needs to be done, we all know, but the real estate sector has exhibited a strong growth trend and has evidently gained from women taking up more active roles in the industry. So to talk more about that, let's welcome our keynote speaker of the day, Ms. Tina Ravla, Managing Director, CFO and COO, Heinz India. Ms. Ravla joined Heinz in 2010. She played a key role in the setup of Heinz India residential account and in setting up and stabilization of property management for commercial projects, One Horizon Center and Skyview Corporation Park. Today, she oversees finance, accounting, budgeting, and day-to-day business operations for Heinz India, along with property management of operating assets. Ms. Ravla, a very warm welcome to you. And as I mentioned, in Indian real estate, now women are taking much more active roles. We have, leadership like you in real estate. So let me hand it over to you to know your views on where we are going now.
First of all, Sapna, many congratulations on celebrating your 18th anniversary, and I wish you best of luck for the future.
I believe it couldn't have been a better day than to have the woman icon and awards, conclave and awards. Thank you so much, Tina. All yours now.
I completely agree, and thank you for your kind words and the introduction, Sapna. And I would like to thank Exchange for Media Group and the team for inviting me today. The theme of the event is one that I strongly relate to and passionate about, and it is both a pleasure and a privilege to be here today, sharing my professional journey, some of my life experiences, and my thoughts on empowering dreams and driving change, especially relating to the women in our workforce today. As you already know, I'm the CFO and COO for Heinz India, the global real estate firm headquartered in the US with a rapidly expanding footprint in India. Heinz established its India office in 2006, and I have been a part of the firm for most of this time as I celebrate my 12th work anniversary next month. Not quite 18 yet, but I hope to get there soon. Most importantly, I'm proud to note that we have almost 45% gender diversity ratio at Heinz India, which is better than the industry average, and this is reflected across roles, functions, and levels. It is so encouraging to see how far we have come today from the time that I joined the corporate workforce, and that India ranks higher than the rest of the world in creating a gender-inclusive culture. I will first talk about three things that have driven India forward, which are regulatory changes, social changes, and HR policies. There have been a series of legislative and social changes amply supported by HR policies adopted by forward-looking companies that have been the drivers of this transformation. Some years ago, the Indian government made it mandatory to hire a woman independent director to the board of companies of a certain size and scale. Not only did it result in a lot of women upskilling themselves to qualify for such roles, it is also a proven fact that once there is women representation on the board, the diversity ratio improves, and there are better policies and programs in place providing more growth opportunities to women. There also have been a series of social changes in the past couple of decades that have acted as a catalyst for women to enter the corporate workforce and then to remain there. Whether it is equal education opportunities or having successful women role models at home and in the office who are willing to guide, support, and mentor the next generation of women leaders, or having spouses who understand that our careers are equally important and rewarding as theirs, and they are willing to support it. Lastly, and most importantly, HR policies are playing a big role in women participation in the workforce. Whether it is diversity and inclusion that is front and center of our HR programs, or flexible working hours available to young parents to raise children, all are playing a part in solidifying a woman's role in the workplace. So the next logical question is how to create better opportunities for career progression. And here I would like to share my own personal experience and what has worked for me. Most of you know that I'm a chartered accountant and I qualified at a time where there were very few women in this profession, at least in India. However, most of my early professional years were spent in raising my family versus building my career, as it was exactly what I wanted at that time. I joined my husband's accounting firm, which allowed me to set my own rules. Of course, I knew the boss and work at my own pace, giving me enough time to raise my children. However, as my children grew older and needed me less, I wanted to do more for my career. So, a good 10, 12 years after I qualified, I decided to get a full time corporate job, being fully aware that it was not going to be easy finding one, and then learning to balance my new responsibilities with my existing ones. I was lucky to get the right break and then capitalize on it. I'm not even remotely suggesting that anyone attempts what I did, but I do believe that by prioritizing exactly what made me happy at every life stage and daring to dream that I had the ability to make it work has greatly helped me in building a successful career. It also demonstrates that it is possible to rejoin the workforce after taking a break, to raise your family, and I'm a living proof of that. There are three mantras that I swear by. The first is own your success. There are several factors that will contribute to your success. I agree that luck plays a part, but then it is also said that the harder you work, the luckier you get. Hard work is also important. Then there is your family's support, constantly upskilling yourself to stay at the top of your game and finding the right companies and the right set of people to work with. All of the above factors will play a part in you being successful. But the most important element to your success is being good at what you do. Therefore, please always appreciate that you are where you are because you are good at what you do. Secondly, build strong teams around you and empower them to achieve their goals. Get out of their way, but be available to guide whenever required. This will not only keep them motivated, but also allow for you to do more and grow in your career. Lastly, don't shy away from stepping out of your comfort zone and accepting new challenges or responsibilities. That is the only way to go. So, where do we go from here? We have covered a lot of ground, but I feel that there is a lot more to be done. And here I will again share what I experienced only a couple of years ago. It was pre COVID, I think in February 2020, that a senior colleague and I attended an event organized by one of the largest public sector banks in India. They had invited some of their biggest clients. And after the event, while we were all having dinner, my colleague and I shared the table with a senior leader from a large company. The conversation somehow steered towards diversity and inclusion, and this leader mentioned that there were three M's because of which he avoided hiring women on his team. It was shocking and unbelievable to say the least. But then he went on to elaborate that these three M's were marriage, maternity, and mobility. Thankfully, before I could react, my colleague responded so strongly that I hope it left a lasting impression on this senior leader's mind and helped change his opinion. But it also made me think that despite the effort that is going into driving change, there are people such as these who get in the way. Therefore, we have the responsibility to ensure that hiring decisions are not made on the basis of three M's above, but only one, and that M is meritocracy. It is only then that we will be able to build better, more profitable businesses and stronger, more motivated teams. With this thought, I will hand this over to you, Sapna, and to our distinguished speakers and panelists to share their thoughts and experiences on how they have empowered their dreams and broken barriers. It is my request that you organize more events such as these so that women all around can learn from the experience of others before them. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. I think in one anecdote that you shared, you have, shared both sides of the coin, where one veteran senior leader is talking about 3 M's, which you explained, and another male colleague is right there who is saying you are wrong. So in one incident, I think we have got the, both the sides of the coin. As I said, a lot more needs to be done, but we have come a long way. You mentioned about prioritizing what you want at what stage of your life is very important for women. And then when you decide you want to do this, go for it, put all your heart and soul into it, and definitely you can achieve success in whatever you dream for. One very interesting observation has come from one of our audience, that there are more women professionals now in all fields, but there is also a general perception that even today female professionals need to prove themselves more than the male colleague. So is it the outside pressure, or is it the women themselves from inside who feel proving themselves more? How right or wrong is it?
Well, again, when I started my first corporate job, I was told that you'll have to work twice as hard to be considered half as good. It was shocking because I was anyway struggling with finding the right balance. I was leaving my children and stepping out of my home to start a corporate job, and there was this additional pressure that I would have to work twice as hard. So, well, it may have been slightly true. I don't believe it was true, but maybe slightly. It was true in those times, which was, I'm saying, 20 years ago. But today, I think women are more self-assured, more confident, and I don't think they should put any pressure on themselves to prove their worth. You have to be good at what you do. And I have been a witness that corporates, respect you and appreciate you as you are. There is no pressure. And if they're putting pressure on themselves, they should not. Absolutely.
Okay, external pressure is good enough, so why pressurize yourself more? But finance services sector is even harder, for women professionals. So, how did you, one advice, how did you kind of now reach this leadership position? And especially when you started, as you said, 20 years back.
Yeah, so, well, I have always believed, I have always set my own terms. I don't believe one sector is harder than the others. I think all jobs are equally hard or equally easy. So you have to find the right balance and the right skills to execute your job well. And what has helped me in my career is that, well, when I joined Heinz, I was hired as a financial controller. So yes, I was the senior most in the finance department, but my role was restricted to finance only. But as the firm grew and my role grew with it, and the main reason behind that was that I did not shy away from raising my hand to accept more responsibility or to agree to do things that my other colleagues were not interested in doing. So that expanded my role, that helped me learn new things and establish myself as a person who could execute well at various levels across functions. So that helped me.
That's right. Another question which is never asked from a male professional, but is always asked from a woman professional: how supportive was your family?
Oh, absolutely. See, again, well, most women, including myself, will attribute their success to the support of their family. But then it's been said for generations that behind every successful man, there's a woman. So now when women are strongly entering the workforce and proving their worth, why can't there be a man behind a successful woman? And there always is. And it is not a big deal. You have supported your husband in his career, and it is now his turn to support yours. It's a given. And then I always felt that my children were immensely proud of me. So, and that drove me forward. And I always made it a point, to bring my children to work on certain days, though, so that they could see what their mom was doing. And that made them appreciate my role more and my profession more. So at certain levels, the lines between your personal life and your professional life become blurred, and it is all right. It's all right. So today I encourage my, colleagues, younger colleagues, to bring their children to work and not feel guilty about leaving them home. During COVID, when we were working on a roster and domestic help was not as easily available, I would always encourage young mothers with children to bring them to work whenever required, so that they could see what their mom was doing, and it gives you support. They are always proud of you.
That's right. I think now that, we are having more women leaders, and in fact, many male leaders are also more sensitized, and they understand, how, they are more appreciative and are supporting to their female colleagues. So changes are happening.
Yes.
What was the best work-related advice that you had ever received during your career, which you would like to share here?
Well, it was not an advice, but a conversation I had. So at one point in time, I was certainly I was somewhat stressed about my work, and what would happen. And then it was my husband who said that, well, I'm repeating it in Hindi because that's how he said it, कि चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, तेरी किस्मत कोई कुछ नहीं ले सकता. And that helped me. कोई नहीं ले सकता है किस्मत. And that helped me believe that, well, I will keep on doing what I'm good at doing to the best of my ability and leave the rest to God. So I think that's the best piece of advice.
That's right. That's fantastic.
Don't worry about consequences.
I think our audiences, will completely agree with that. And as you mentioned about, one of the questions that I had, which you have already answered, is that leadership is all about paying it forward. So someone probably mentored you, or probably the challenges that you faced, and now you are helping the next set of professional leaders, as you mentioned, encouraging them to bring, the children in office and let them see what their mothers are doing. And it gives them also a piece of, satisfaction and, to work in the organization. What leadership lesson that you have learned that is unique to being a female leader that you would like to recount here?
Leadership lesson as a female leader: that you don't have to work twice as hard to be considered half as good.
I think that's a wonderful piece of advice.
Just be good at what you do and be proud of what you have achieved.
Right. Right, that is true. And women are known to be much better at multitasking, so they can balance both home, office, their personal lives, and their friends as also. So I think, Tina, it was a fantastic conversation with you. For the younger generation, I think leaders like you have already opened up new paths and made it easier for them. And the next generation is much more self-assured, as you mentioned, that we need to be self-assured. So as we see, the next generation is so much more self-assured about themselves. Any piece of advice that you would like to share with them before we let you go?
Well, as I said, women today are so confident and self-assured that I learn from them on a daily basis. And therefore, I don't think I have anything that will, that will improve upon what they are doing already. But it is my, it is my belief that we should always have a healthy balance between happiness and pursuit of success. Do what you truly believe in, and that will automatically increase the probability of your success and make you much more happier as a person.
That's right. The right balance between ambition and happiness.
Yes.
And as you said right at the start of the session, do what makes you happy.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Ms. Tina Ravla, for being here with us and sharing that insightful conversation and answering some questions from our audience as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you for having me. Have a great event.
Same here, Ms. Ravla. Thank you for being here and talking to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, on that wonderful and inspiring dialogue with Ms. Tina Ravla, let's move on to the industry talk segment of the conclave. Our first discussion is titled Expectations and Realities, Realty Trends, Corrections, and Forecast. Let me introduce our panel. The session will be chaired by Subhankar Mitra, Managing Director, Advisory Services, Colliers. Subhankar Mitra has over 23 years of experience in strategic consulting, market research, transaction advisory, program management, valuations, and other urban development related studies. He has to his credit several studies ranging from demand assessment, feasibility studies, market research, portfolio optimization, asset monetization, and various studies on leisure, entertainment, hospitality, and tourism sector. So this is our eminent moderator of the session. Let me now introduce our speakers in an alphabetical order. Let me welcome our speaker, Anjana Sastry, Director Marketing, Sterling Developers. Anjana looks into the sales vertical of the company and assists in sales strategies. Anjana is the CREDAI Youth Wing representative at CREDAI National for new initiatives. She was previously the South Zone and Karnataka State representative for the CREDAI Clean City movement. Our next eminent panel member is Ms. Ramita Arora, Managing Director, Bengaluru, Cushman and Wakefield. Ramita has been driving Bengaluru's transactions business, focusing on assisting Indian and global companies with the formulation and execution of real estate strategies, client management, and transaction management. Ramita has over 17 years of experience in real estate industry and is well versed with emerging trends in multiple asset classes across all markets in India. Our next panel member, let me introduce Dr. Renu Singh, President, Sales and Marketing, Space Group. Dr. Singh holds a vast knowledge of the real estate sector across all verticals, serving it for over 20 years. She has showcased remarkable activities in international real estate projects in multiple countries, including the United States, Canada, Macau, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Dubai. Our next eminent panel member is Ms. Richa Pathak, Corporate Legal Counsel, Larsen and Toubro Limited. Richa Pathak specializes in insolvency law, arbitration, debt restructuring, financing transactions, recovery and exit mechanism, structuring, and real estate financing. She is a member of the Loan Markets Association, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, Chatham House, London, London Court of International Arbitration, and Brookings Institute, USA. Our next and final member, let me introduce Yukti Nagpal, Director Gulshan. Yukti Nagpal is a new age business leader in real estate who loves opening new doors for the workforce, stakeholders, and buyers. From constructing premium living spaces to designing state-of-the-art landmarks, with a creative idea, she aims to implement new age strategies to guide the Gulshan Group. So this is our eminent panel, and Mr. Mitra, let me hand it over to you now.
Thank you very much, Sapna. I extend my warm welcome to this eminent group of panelists. It is a privilege and honor to be part of this group, this power-packed forum that we have today. As we know that real estate has shown a remarkable resilience during the pandemic days, and it kind of bounced back very soon. And as we see for last 1 year or more than a year, that the sector has been performing really well. All the segment, be it residential, commercial, retail, hospitality, all asset class. Our data suggests that the offtake has been good, the sales has been good, the prices have started firming up across most of the major markets. So it is really an exciting time, and it is also exciting, equally exciting, that we have the eminent panelists today who can throw more light on this. So let me start the question with Anjana. So Anjana, as we know that the sector has been really doing well, and it was subdued in 2019, but it has witnessed a resurgence. Do you see any kind of fundamental shift in this resurgence, or there has been a kind of ongoing trend, or there is any kind of new trend that you see that is the pre-COVID and post-COVID?
Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think there's definitely been a fundamental shift in the buyer mindset. I think the one thing that COVID did teach all of us was the importance of a home, the importance of personal space and open spaces. So the entire buyer mindset has now shifted towards wanting more multifunctional homes. By that, I mean spaces for them to maybe create a small home office, some recreational space. So with this need, what's happening is that home buyers are now becoming more and more knowledgeable of what is available out there in the market. Developers have also become very sensitive to this, in that we're now developing spaces where buyers have an option of customization. They have an option of breathable open spaces. So a lot to do with the community that you're building. It's not just, an apartment in a complex or a villa within a community. It's the entire community that you're delivering to the customer. So community living has definitely become a very, very important piece of this puzzle. And I think customers are fully aware of that and are also looking for that in more ways than one. They're also looking for communities or homes in locations which are accessible to basic necessities, to hospitals, even to their workplace, so their commute becomes a lot less. So I think there has been a fundamental shift in the buyer mindset. And with all these requirements of the buyers, what we have seen now is that buyers are pushing their budget for homes. So what they may have initially budgeted, I think COVID has also made them realize that pushing the budget or stretching it a little bit more will get them a lot more as well. So I think that has been one of the biggest learnings. I think the other important piece that again came as a result of COVID was a lot of developers were leveraging technology to develop site experiences or home experiences online. So today's customers actually equipped with being able to explore multiple options, be it in their city or outside of their city, right from the comfort of their home. So I think technology has played a very, very important role in, educating the customer and helping the developer reach the customer. So that's something that's, been a very important factor. Of course, I would say that, even the favorable home loan rates have definitely helped and empowered the customer a lot more. Customers are far more confident in the real estate market as a segment. And they're also more than willing to sort of go ahead and make that purchase now versus what they may have planned for maybe 2 or 3 years down the line. So there is definitely a shift. There's a shift in the mindset of the customer. There's a shift in the mindset of the developer as well, because the developer now realizes that there are customers out there that are willing to buy ready to move in homes. So it also pushes the developer to deliver on those promises. So I think that's something that we've definitely learned. There has been a complete shift. And I think going forward, so JLL released a report about 10 days ago, which actually clearly depicted that customers are purchasing across and sales have gone up across, say, even if you take the top 8 cities across India, it has all dramatically gone up. So I think it's definitely a good and positive sign for us. And there is a very positive growth trajectory where real estate is concerned, both residential as well as commercial.
Right. Great, Anjana. You spoke about two things. One is that the customers are communicating more and developers are also equally responding to that, and the community living, which has come into the foray post-COVID. So these are the two important points you highlighted. Let me now come to Ramita. So I know that IPCs are having busy time these days with all sectors doing well. Now, this is little unique in a sense, like, we have seen either a residential is doing well or office is doing well, but this is a time where all sectors are doing well. So Ramita, can you throw some light, like what is the driver between a multi-sectoral growth at this point of time? Not able to hear you, Ramita. You need to check the audio. No, not yet.
audible?
No, yeah, now it is now it's better. Yeah.
Okay. So Murphy's law, right? When you want things to go right, they never go right. So you have to keep backup ready, and I thankfully had backup ready with me. So yeah, good afternoon, and thanks to Banku for that question. Yes, this is our first time probably we are seeing all sectors coming together and doing exceptionally well. Um, so I think the primary driver has been, if you look at across sectors, it's I think pent up demand, right? So during COVID, everybody was inside, people were not coming out, not stepping out. There were challenges from a government restriction point of view. There were so many other challenges that people were facing personally. So I think that's had an impact across sectors. So be it office, be it residential, be it retail, that's seen across sectors. But if I was to get into specific sectors and what's driving each sector, then potentially there will be one or two other factors that you will see that are, focusing on the growth of that particular sector. Residential, for example, I think with work from home and like Anjana mentioned, the priorities have changed from what people are looking at in residential, and that's where the shift started happening. People were moving into larger premises, so the size of the unit started going up from a 2 to 2.5, 3 bedroom kind of a occupancy, because people needed the space at home. So that I think kind of focused on the growth of the residential, along with community living and all of the other factors that Anjana spoke about. Interestingly enough, retail, we anticipated with COVID doing whatever, retail would probably take a longer time to come back, but retail has come back exceptionally because the social life that people were missing during the pandemic, it's all is all coming back now. People are more socializing. There is pent up demand which people are focusing towards. Also, the interesting piece that now we are seeing is that a lot of people had gone home, into their hometowns, coming back into the cities, schools opening. So all of this is contributing to the build of retail demand, and related to that, the demand of retail real estate. Office has been a peculiar sector. I think the fear is that we've got the maximum amount of COVID happening in office because that's the least favorable place right now. But interestingly, in the last 4 to 5 months, we've seen an increased number of return to work or return to office, as I would like to call it, from earlier about 10-15% to about 40-50%. So that's been an interesting change, and that's going to see or has been seeing the uptake in the demand. Also, I think there is a lot of focus on cost right now because whatever is happening globally. So India probably will gain from the outsourcing bug, which will continue to bite the world, and I think that's going to kind of continue to push business towards India. If you look at from what has been happening, we've already been overperforming from the previous quarters and previous years. So if I was to look at the research numbers that we have, by H1 of 2022, we've already crossed the H1 numbers of 2019, which was predicted to be the highest overall, right? So we've already gone beyond that number across India. So overall, the sentiment is positive. If you compare to other countries, India is, from a GDP perspective, definitely showing better numbers compared to the rest of the world. And I think this overall sentiment has led to the growth in all the sectors that we see across the board.
Thanks, Ramita. You have nicely clarified. So pent-up demand, sentiment, and the overall need for socialization. I think this is the three things kind of driving the entire growth of a multi-spectrum, broad spectrum growth of real estate. Let me come to Dr. Renu. So Dr. Renu, we have seen that COVID has been a transformational year with technology taking up center space. And we have seen that there is a great amount of tech adoption in the real estate sector as well. So could you tell us what are the kind of tech initiatives that is now being followed in the sectors, and what are the things which is expected and anticipated in the sector?
Yeah, hi. Very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Team Reality Plus for giving me this opportunity to be part of this panel discussion. And in fact, I'm sure that I'm going to learn a lot from you all on this panel today. So it's a very good question, Shubhankarji, regarding this tech adaptation. So I agree.
Just to interrupt, your video is not on. So if you could.
Sure. Just a sec. Oh, is it on now?
Yeah.
So I agree that tech adaptation in real estate and retail sector is constantly rising now. But what we have seen in past in real estate companies in the country, they have been very traditional in the approach. But now in today's scenario, in order to retain the customers, it's very essential for all of us to focus on ensuring the safety and in fact the well-being of our customers while fulfilling their needs. So this is possible only when we include tech in our real estate model, real estate business, which was not happening earlier. Earlier, real estate was not proper working like or functioning like an MNC kind of culture. So now it is the utmost need of the hour for everyone. So if I talk about some of the tech trends that would help the customer experience for any of the project, I would say. So what happened in real estate, the first tech came, the first wave was when the property tech technology adaptation happened in early of 2000. When these online platforms like Magic Bricks, 99 Acres, Housing.com that were launched for home buyers for buying the property, selling and renting. And then after that, again, the property technology was very slow. Then again, a new concept of co-living, co-working that came again into place. And that again had not much innovation, I would say, in prop technology. But now, after this wave, COVID wave 19, it has brought about a radical shift in the consumer behavior. And the demand for digital transaction has become a standard offering from almost most of the developer, I would say, in real estate developers of India. So in my view, the technologies we in real estate, we should adopt the technologies to make our function smoothing, I would say. So the first tool which comes in my mind is the virtual reality. So earlier virtual reality was not used by each and every developer now, but it became builder realized during lockdown when the home buyers were not able to visit sites during lockdown. So the gap between the seller and buyer, that was very much fulfilled with this help of this technology, that was virtual reality. This enabled property tours virtually. Even though now everything is back to normal, but still virtual tours make convenience for NRI people who are not present physically. They are not able to see the site, but they can sit, they can being in their place, they can see the property and they can invest. So Reality Firm introduced this 3D virtual tour feature. And now we are working more on it so that along with the VR, I would say, building information model to be altogether integrated properly, so that this will help the control over the property design from the initial stages. So, and the second thing, the next step is 3D walkthrough of the real houses. Like there's one software called Metaport. It is again a very interesting technology where the people, if they want to rent out their space or sell off their property, they don't know how exactly the open house, open concept will look like. So this software Metaport, this has provided 3D walkthrough of their homes, of the people homes. They can do the 3D tagging of the property, 3D walkthrough of the real house, where they can see, place the furniture, decor. So this kind of technology earlier was not used in real estate segment. Now, the third technology which comes in my mind is big data and analytics, I would say. Then iBuying, that again is an example of leveraging big data, I would say, in real estate. And in big eyeing model, this big eyeing transaction model, companies use algorithms to estimate the home values. So this company uses the company using this artificial intelligence model built on top of the past transaction data and local market condition to determine the prices of the home. So this model again offers an instant liquidity for the home buyers to just check and sell the property as fast as possible. Then again, a new thing that called fractional ownership has been introduced in real estate. Fractional ownership, this enables our investors to own a fraction of property and earn rental income proportionate to their ownership. And with this fractional ownership, investor get access to investment opportunity also. And these investments were earlier, they were accessible only to the HNI within a closed network. But now the technology has enabled the widespread distribution, and the discovery of such opportunities are allowing the smaller investors to invest in commercial real estate. And the next thing which comes up in my mind is a new software which is coming, that's called property management software, which would soon be introduced in India. For the upcoming spaces in India, it will be coming, where with the help of this software, landlord can easily book the services. They can even track the maintenance. They can collect the rent collection can be done, tax payments can be done, payment of maintenance charges can be collected, and communication with the tenants would be more easier, I would say. And again, the technology in real estate is our AI technology, machine learning technology. So overall, in fact, in my opinion, I would say for real estate developers, if they need to survive and perform exceptionally well, we need to keep ourselves upgraded with all these technologies, latest technologies.
Do you also see blockchain coming in big way in real estate?
Yes. Blockchain, of course, it would be coming in real estate, and it will be again helping the buyers and the real estate developers to perform better.
Right. Great. Thanks. I think you have kind of highlighted a lot of tech initiatives, which is helping both the buyers as well as the developers and regulators equally. And I think there are exciting time ahead in real estate so far as the tech is concerned. Let me now come back to Richa. So Richa, we'll digress from this current discussion of demand, supply, technology a little bit, and let's talk about something on the environment. As we know that real estate sector is one of the largest contributors of emissions, and globally there has been a pledge that has been taken to control the emissions. So how do you see the real estate sector is embracing the ESG measures just to contain the emissions and make it more sustainable and more environment friendly? What are the initiatives you see, and what is the way forward according to you?
Sure, Mr. Mitra. Thank you. Thank you for the question. And thank you, WIC Realty Plus, for conducting such a wonderful session and inviting us to be one of the speakers on the panel. And now coming back to your question, Mr. Mitra, what we can see is the latest real estate trends are basically, I would say, best described as a mixture of both positive as well as negative development. Changing buyer preferences, rising property prices, and the onset of new technologies are set to make further alterations in the real estate market. In today's corporate world, sustainability is a key concept, as everybody knows about it. The advancement of sustainability in real estate provides, in fact, a great opportunity to tackle the climate change and the origins and the consequences of the climate changes. And now, I mean, just coming back to the main question, if we think about it, the main question arises is how can the industry reduce its footprint? So with the substantial carbon emissions by the real estate sector globally, investors and the stakeholders are increasing the use of ESG parameters to screen the investments, resulting into the private equity real estate investment managers placing greater focus and stress on measuring their portfolios against environmental sustainability benchmarks. And in fact, environment being one of the most prominent component of ESG in the real estate aspect, in the real estate space. So while India has been on track with the commitment under the Paris Agreement in terms of reducing the energy intensity and basically increasing the use of renewable energy, India is yet to declare the net zero emission ambition. However, this commitment will come much faster than the expectations now, resulting in more opportunities for businesses to be more ESG compliant. And the kind of investment which is happening are more ESG compliant, what we can see around. I would say I would more speak about the styles of sustainable investment and as an approach which relies more on the ESG screening and portfolio decisions and the portfolio selection investments. This is now accepted as the global standard of classification and sustainable investing. And in fact, it's classified into various other components. I would touch upon few of them. One is ESG integration, so which is basically a systematic and explicit inclusion of environmental, social, and governance factors into financial analysis by investment managers. The other point is sustainability themed way of investing, which is like an investment in specific themes or assets related to sustainability, such as clean energy, green technology, green buildings, and sustainable agricultural produce. The third point, which I would touch upon, is the corporate engagement and the shareholder action. This approach favors companies whose strategies are susceptible to investor activism, which is why a direct corporate engagement, which is proxy voting based on ESG guidelines, the ESG screening, whether it's an positive investments or the negative investments, and how would be the environmental social impact and on the industry impact as well as the social impact. And in order to cater to these needs, what are the steps taken in today's environment, in today's scenario by the construction or the real estate companies? Is basically by using the renewable recyclable materials, as well as limit energy consumption and waste reduction within the construction process by the construction and real estate companies. Consumer and investor preferences are taken into account. In addition to growing regulatory demands requiring industries to reduce their environmental footprint, this particular shift of catering and taking into account the customer and investor preferences is also driven by the nitty-gritties which are involved in culminating towards the responsible way of sustainable investments. Now, more specifically, more so because millennials want to go green and are basically incorporating this particular factor into their buying and investment decisions a lot nowadays. The other one is like preparing for a greener future, which the construction and real estate stakeholders must review the operations, processes, and basically the supply chains, and in fact, adapt to operating models and increase their research and development investments. In order to ascertain these requirements, they need to have in place the recruitment, the hiring, and training for the new positions, such as, for example, environmental or energy engineers, or maybe a carbon specialist in the companies. And these types of positions are perhaps required to meet the new and evolving regulatory demands and the challenges and the impediments, and the different engineering and planning requirements of greener buildings. These changes will definitely require new ways of working. There would be collaboration with additional external partners and stakeholders, and the most important underlying fact is successfully leveraging the technology to ensure fluidity, the accountability at some point, and the traceability.
So, Richard, do you see developers are forthcoming in adopting the procedures, or there is still hesitancy over there in the community?
There, I would say, with my own experiences in the e-commerce sector, maybe in the infrastructure space as well, whatever transactions which I've done and I'm continuously doing, large developers have been working on having an ESG policy framework in place in line with the global standards, and perhaps answering to your question, they have taken a proactive measures on reporting the key initiatives and the future course of action to their stakeholders also. While the environmental factors are in rate since the last few years, specifically from the social and governance perspective for over a decade now, companies are gradually becoming more responsible, and they are attempting to better the lives of the employees in general, and especially taking into account all the stakeholders, and how it is impacting the investments in the investment strategies and the investment space. And in fact, gradually, ESG is shifting from a CSR initiative to a key component in decision making, and is very much getting integrated with the developer and investor goals. The responsibility of the real estate developers to comply with ESG, in fact, is no longer limited towards the regulators, investors, and lenders. I would say the tenants would also expect a certain level of energy efficiency and sustainability given their commitment towards a net zero ambition.
Great, Richa. And I think it's quite heartening to note that the sector is embracing ESG guidelines and proactively approaching towards the initiative for improving the zero emission and sustainability part. It is coming from demand side as well, but I think more so the awareness has been great at this point of time. Let me now come to Yuki. I think you are one of the youngest leader in the industry driving a real estate, which is not very known for a women friendly for historic reasons. How do you see the diversity and the changing perception and the paradigm shift is happening in real estate space so far as the developers are concerned?
First of all, thank you for a wonderful question, and hello to all my panelists. I believe real estate has been named as man's word, and like you very rightly said, from a historic very, very long time ago. But I think it's a passé now. I mean, look at all of us. We're all in real estate. And from the first time, 5 years ago, I spoke about how less women are there in real estate. Today, I see a sea change in that. And why I believe is that women have started realizing that they're natural homemakers. We're natural empaths. And when we are building or constructing or designing a house or a commercial space, that EQ, that no offense to any genders, but that EQ is slightly higher in women when it comes to the designing bit of it. And that's why you see so many women nowadays in leadership positions, managerial roles, executive roles, because real estate, that feeling of working in harmony is very important in any real estate company, because you have to very nicely coordinate from the planning stage to the construction stage to the selling stage. It's a whole life cycle of 4 years, and somehow women naturally harmonize the whole operations. And that's why this paradigm shift has been more than welcoming for all women who have been working in real estate or are willing to join real estate. With that being said, I think the growth is enormous, and I don't think there is a lot of difference in the pay scale also for men and women. The leadership roles are as well paid as they could be for men, as well as women. So that's a passé. It's not a man's word anymore. It's soon to be a woman's word.
Great, Yuki. And a very nice thing you said about women are the natural homemakers. I can't agree more with that. And I have always seen, the home purchase decision is driven by the women of the house.
Absolutely.
And they play a very key role while they can play a key role in buying side of it, why they can't play a key role in the supply side of it. So very rightly put in over there. So let me again come back to Anjana on this home side, and you have mentioned about how this a fundamental shift that has happened pre-COVID and post-COVID. Now, just to continue on that, do you see there is a resurgence of the premium segment home buy? Because over last couple of years pre-COVID, we have seen that homes are getting tinier and tinier, and developers are trying to put everything into a small square feet area as much they can. And do you see that again the bespoke villas and plotted development and second homes, are these products again making a re-entry in the market during in the recent times?
I definitely think so. I think if you look at just the data over the past, if you take from 2019 to now, the biggest spike in sales numbers you will see in the segment that's 1.5 crore and higher in terms of the ticket size. So that's been something, I mean, there is data to prove it, of course, but that has been something that has been occurring not only just say villas or plotted developments, even in apartments. So in locations where you have slightly more premium apartments that are in that 1.5 to 2 CR plus range, it is seeing a huge demand. And I think what will continue to happen is two things. One is that yes, customers want larger homes, which is why, of course, there is a shift in the price band of customers. That's one. And I think the second one is customers have realized the value of having a luxurious space. Now, luxury can be defined to each individual very differently. But in doing that, I think people are pushing their limit with their budgets, which is now, empowering them to purchase luxury homes, as we term it, which is honestly pretty much anything above your 80 lakhs to 1 CR and above. So I think that segment is definitely seeing a lot of rise in demand, a lot of rise in supply as well. I think developers across India are, I think in between there was definitely a shift to try and deliver more affordable housing. While that segment is very, very strong, I think developers are also still focusing on delivering luxury projects. What has happened, like you said, with plotted developments or villa developments is that given that people want their own sense of space, for those who can, I think a villa development or a plotted development gives them the independence of a home, yet the dependence of an entire community. So you're living in your own home within a community. The community, of course, has a lot to offer in terms of amenities, in terms of a neighborhood. So I think that shift has happened. There have been multiple projects that have been launched, even if you look at the past quarter, within that space, and are doing exceedingly well. I can speak for Bangalore since that's the market we operate in. I think villas and plotted developments are doing really, really well. So it's definitely a segment that has seen a spike now and will continue to see sort of that growth trajectory for the next couple of years at least. And I definitely think India is redefining the way they look at luxury, which is a great thing. I think Ramita will also agree it's being seen in the retail space as well. So, it's not just homes or residential that's seeing it, it's being seen across various segments. And that's comes from two things. One is what Ramita referred to earlier, the pent-up demand that has occurred over the past 2 years, but also the buying power and the confidence that has come back in today's consumer. Which is, of course, leading the consumer to, make certain choices now that were not, say, for example, made before. So I definitely think this segment has a lot more potential. There are a lot of developments and projects across India actually that are coming up to cater to this need, and it will continue to grow. So I definitely see a very, very positive outlook for the luxury housing segment, or just villas, plotted developments, however you'd like to term that.
Right. So you see a kind of a continuity of this trend for next some time.
Yes.
So let me come back to Ramita, on a little bit on the challenge side. As we know that globally things are not very positive. US have entered into a technical recession. Eurozone is also getting in there. We know that war is going on. There's COVID in China, supply chain disruption. So many things are happening. Even job cuts have started happening in US market. We have seen Google and some of the other companies are reducing their staff. How do you see that is going to impact Indian market? There are a lot of concern that what will happen to the office. And you also mentioned, Ramita, that there is a question mark on that. How do you see that office market or overall Indian economy or the consumption is going to behave in mid to long term with all these global challenges and uncertainties that are looming around?
See, there's definitely going to be an impact. They always say, right, US sneezes and India catches a cold. So it's not that we are immune to what is going to happen globally, and India will not get any impact from that. In fact, we've already started seeing some impact, especially in the office sector, because the largest occupiers in the country are US companies, at least on the office side. And whatever is the global policies, which are, starting from US are getting implemented in India. We've not started seeing the impact because those conversations have just started. That is in this quarter, which is the third quarter of the calendar year. But by the time we start seeing the impact, it would definitely be the early part of, or rather, early part of Q4 of this year. But what will definitely happen is that the decision making from the US multinationals and from the European companies will slow down. That will be the immediate impact. We won't see action as robust as that was there in the market, at least for the next 1 or 2 quarters. Now, that's going to be something to see how the situation evolves, because I would say the silver lining on the cloud here would probably be that this may have a positive impact on outsourcing, because if there is, if especially looking at the unemployment rate in US, which is probably at a very nominal number at current times, there would be more outsourcing to India, and that will, benefit to the at least the office sector significantly with more jobs coming in. But that's definitely in the future. There will be a slowdown. Decision making will be slow. But taking a point from some of the points that were made by the panelists itself, that especially on the sustainability and the ESG side, that has been, like Richa rightly put, it's been a very, very big focus. So we have seen flight to quality happening by occupiers across the market segments. They are looking at newer buildings. They are looking at more sustainable buildings that are providing a higher level of wellness quotient. So wherever the planning is around those parameters, they are likely to continue. I don't see a halt in those parameters. There will be a correction in the demand, but it will not come to a halt completely. Coming to the other segments, I think the overall market fundamentals are favorable from a residential point of view. Yes, there has been a blip in the interest rates with the announcements made by the RBI in the last 3-4 months, where the rates have gone up. But I think overall the environment, overall their willingness to look at newer properties will continue. The price point and the segments may change. So we had moved from, or rather we were drifting from end user demand from a residential point of view to speculative. In the last few months, we had started seeing people investing in real estate from a residential point of view, whereas immediately out of pandemic, it was more related to end user demand. And we had started seeing speculative demand coming up. Now, this may get a little bit controlled again if the recession starts filtering into the Indian economy as well. But the end user demand, which is now established, which people have understood the favorability of that, will continue. So the segment may change, but the demand remains. And of course, from a retail point of view, recession, no recession, we have the festive season coming up, and that's always favorable from a retail point of view. So if there is a consumer demand, there will be retail real estate demand as well. So the overall sentiment from a midterm point of view is of cautious optimism in the office sector, but the other sectors will probably continue to see the wave that they've been seeing, but slightly controlled, I would put it that way.
So cautious optimism is your take, and as you rightly said, that there is a festive season and there will be more of wallet spending, and this time it will be a bigger celebration than last 2 years. So
Absolutely.
I
think COVID, if nothing else, has taught us to celebrate whatever little we can, because you never know what is going to be the next opportunity. So yeah, we're all ready to celebrate.
Right. So I think that's going to drive the economy forward, and that's the silver lining over there. Now, coming to Dr. Renu, you have worked in various international markets, and how do you see that the differences there in terms of the characteristics between Indian markets and some of the other international markets? And is there something India can learn from other developed market, or more developed market or emerged market, and adopt certain best practices? You are mute and not audible. Yeah. No, not audible. No, not yet. You want to use any headphone or something, or? No, not. It acts funny sometime. I know this online thing. We still have some technological barrier. If you can unmute and try. Um,
I think in the meantime, we can move on to the next speaker and then come back to Renu.
yeah. Yeah, I think that'll be better. Now, Richa, if I can get back to you on this question of, the sector has kind of evolved from the pandemic, and government has supported the sector also, in various ways. And also we have also seen a host of reforms that has taken place in real estate, starting with the RERA and different other initiatives that has taken place. How do you see a government role in supporting the sectors, or do you see there will be more reforms coming in or required in terms of make the sector more kind of evolved and emerged? What do you see government's role, and what do you think where the government can support the sector more?
So, Mr. Mitra, I would answer the question very specific to the government policies and the reforms and the the impact and the implications. And if we see lots of RERA, lots of judgments and lots of legislative rulings which is passed in the past and which is ongoing and yet evolving as well. The government is definitely doing their bit, and which we can see in reshaping and revamping the real estate market and the sentiments of taking into account the sentiments of the consumers as well. But on the evolving part, I would say the way all these authorities and the tribunals are being set up, the evolving part, I would touch upon the digitalization of the real estate. I would say how real estate is evolving. That is what I am more concerned about post-pandemic. So the pandemic has had a significant impact on many industries, including real estate. Now, most citizens definitely will continue to work from home. More companies will use online channels to reach customers, and remotely operated processes. Should I continue?
Yeah, please continue. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, and remotely operated processes will increase significantly. However, the real estate industry is still in the early stages of digitalization. Now, I would like to say what new technologies are key for the industry. What is the focus on data mean in terms of investor profile and performance indicators? And what are the biggest challenges in this space are basically the key questions which I need to ponder upon. Reshaping the investor profile, which is basically, despite the overall size of the real estate market, big technology companies have shown little interest in the past. But, however, this is changing rapidly, as we all can see. Now that this big conglomerates and big companies, for example, Facebook, starts building homes, Apple starts partnering with LifeNest in the private sector, the rented sector space. Google entered Sidewalk with respect to developing the smart cities, and Amazon starts competing with Alexa in the smart home niche and partnering with Realty. The unicorn era is emerging at a rapid pace as we estimate startups will double by 2030. So in my view, properties need to be digitized in order to deliver the real-time performance indicators, since bricks and mortars are no longer the only indicators to assess the property performance. So I see government doing a lot of other areas also, but at the same time, the digitization, how the responsible investments being made in the real estate space through these technology platforms is something which I am looking forward to.
So you see digitization as a key enabler for the industry going forward. That's great. Renu, if you can just speak a little bit about what are the best practices that India can learn from the global markets. I think there's still. Okay. I'll get back to you, Renu. So let me just ask a question to Yukti. So Yukti, you spoke about how these scenarios are changing and the paradigm shift has happened. What do you see, the major challenges for the industry? So you represent the supply side, you represent the developer community, and particularly being in the NCR region, you know the kind of problem associated with the sector. So what are the kind of top 3 challenges are there in front of you at this point of time? And how do you see government can play a role in supporting the sector more?
I would say that the biggest challenge from a developer's point of view is the clearances. And this is where the government could really support us, because we do not have any single window clearance, and the digitization that you're talking about, Richa, I would appreciate very much if government could implement that for the approval processes. I remember there was a short window during the lockdown when the COVID had just happened, and that time all the approvals were happening via virtual calls and meetings. I swear to God, there has never been a more pleasant time for a developer in real estate than that 3 months that were there, because within 15 minutes you had to show your drawings and you got approvals like this. Now we are back where everything is back to normal. There's again running from pole to post. There's again waiting for six months for your files to move. And we all understand what heavy cost it implicates on the developer when a single day's delay happens on the approval. So I would say multiply that to 3, and they are my top 3 challenges in real estate, because when we get a single window clearance, you would see not only the increase in speed from the construction point of view, but also the ease of financial stability throughout all the projects. Because why does the shift of money happens? Because one project is being eaten away in the approval process, and now to complete the other project, many developers have to switch their funds here and there. So all of that discipline would start coming in the industry as a whole once we have a single window clearance system. I would say if that government can do, there is nothing stopping the real estate growth.
Right. So you see that approval still remaining a big challenge for the community, and you could strongly advocate the digitization of the approval processes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Reni, if you are audible at this point of time, so we can just quickly come to you. We have very little time left. So if you can just throw us some light on this international best practices that is it still, hello, same problem? Okay. Unfortunately, so Dr. Renu is having problem with her audio. So,
Shubhankar, I have a comment to make. This shows that we really need to move back, return to offices to work. because I think technology is not the best everywhere. But if I was to say that, and Renu, I think is sitting in the office, so work from home probably works better. The rest of us, some of us are at home today, so I don't know what it is, but I guess technology proves that work from home could also be a good alternative.
Yeah, certainly, and probably hybrid is the way forward, as people are saying. So I think we had a wonderful discussion, and we covered a very diverse sectors of real estate, and from all possible angle, we tried to address the sector. And it's wonderful to have views from this elite panel. And just to sum it up, we talk about how technologies are changing. We talk about how the ESGs are changing. We talked about how there is a fundamental shift in the consumer behavior, and what are the way forwards and challenge for the sectors, so on and so forth. So to sum it up, I think there is overall there is a great enthusiasm and optimism in the sector, and we have also seen the kind of diversity and inclusion that is happening in the sector, which is very, very important. And the sector is getting more organized, more streamlined, and more evolved over the years. I now open this forum for audience question. So if there is any audience question, please, Sapna, if you could coordinate that.
Yes, we do have a lot of questions, and our tech team is working with Renu to help her fix that. Renu, probably you can try logging in from your phone as well instead of your laptop. But in the meantime, Mr. Mitra, this question comes for you, and it is from our team. In your long journey, how have you seen the rise of women leadership in the real estate sector? As Yukti said, now things are not the same as it was earlier, but you have seen, more than 20 years back how it was and now. So how have you seen the rise of women leadership in real estate?
So, I am an architect by profession. So when I joined the college, there were like 10 or 15%, of the total seats were women students. And now when I go back and check the college alumni, I see almost 35 to 40% are women students, girl students. So that's a great shift, I would say. And even same in the industry, when I joined the industry, there were hardly any broker who are women at that point of time. And now we see that across all the sectors, across all IPC's world, I think there's a significant leaders who are women. So I have seen that inclusion has happened. That has also been led by the education, where and then the skilling and participation that is coming from over there. I don't see any great challenge for women today to become successful in real estate, which was considered earlier little challenging. However, on the construction side, I think there is still a room to grow. And what I hear from my other colleagues in Australia and UK and US, that there are a lot more women engineers and technical staff on the construction field, on the field job, where I think it is still far less in India. But I'm quite positive that India will catch up very soon.
Yes, we are on the right track. A lot of development on that end has happened, and the top management, I think it comes from top down. So the top managements are now more sensitized towards supporting the female professionals, making the field, level playing field for all professionals, whether it is man, woman, and gender diversity. And now we are talking about D&I in organizations. So I think we have come a long way from that. Now coming back to the industry talk, as this is an industry talk session. Ramita, you spoke about a lot of ups and downs happening. We are talking about recession in Western countries, maybe or hopefully not hitting India. But we had also seen one of the reports said that India recorded 3.4 billion capital inflows in H1 2022. What could be the reason for the investors' confidence in the Indian real estate market? Ramita, we'll take it with you and then go to the other speakers.
Yes, so thanks, Sapna. I think one of the main reasons why India is prominent, it's always been a favorable destination from corporate occupancy point of view, now with the current market, logistics is taking a huge, gain in terms of the preferences, investor preferences. There is investment coming into the residential sector, also seeing how the growth of the residential sector has been. So it's the overall the sentiment that we have been talking about, right? So just to give you a few pointers, right? If I look at the overall world environment, right, post-pandemic environment, there is the investor confidence in India is definitely on the rise because of the other confidence, that is with the business confidence of India increasing. When people started talking about China plus one, right now India is definitely on the services side, definitely the front runner for that. In fact, I would say probably better than China at this point in time, given the sentiment towards China that some of the world countries have. The other important area was the Eastern Europe. Right now, that is also under turmoil because of the war that is happening there. So there is overall general sentiment that those areas are high risk areas, right? So India, based on that, is seeing a lot more investor confidence, a lot more funding is moving. Also, the impact of all the regulations that we have in place, right? So RERA has come in, GST has come in, there is a lot more checks and balances. So the confidence of the investors to invest in India has definitely gone up leaps and bounds, and that is having a significant impact on the investment inflow. But just, I'm sorry, but jumping to the previous question, and I have what need to make one point, because this is a very, very important forum to voice this. We look at getting a lot more women into the fold as far as real estate is concerned. But I think the fundamental issue is, definitely reaching the leadership level is a secondary issue, which all of us are trying to solve under the D&I initiatives that we have running. But I think the biggest fundamental issue is women entering the workforce. So I still face this when we go for campus interviews, right? We have a lot less women come forward for real estate companies interviews compared, I mean, at the time I joined from campus, there was nobody who wanted to join real estate. That has changed definitely, but we still need to push more. It's not how it is depicted in the film industry. Real estate is not all bad. I think that messaging needs to go out, and that's from that perspective we are doing a lot. We've also, as an organization, taken this initiative of talking about women in leadership in our company, and then definitely we'll respond beyond that. So there is a full-fledged effort, and I'm sure you'll see more and more as we grow.
That's fantastic. I think, as you rightly mentioned, from your time to now, you have yourself seen what has been the pickup.
And I caught a little bit of the previous segment while they were entering, right? And one comment which is really close to my heart is you need to raise your hand. So if you don't raise your hand, you really get left behind in the race.
That's right. That's right. Quickly, Richa, with you, in terms of legal framework, again, a lot of evolution has happened from, earlier RERA has come in, more regulations. Real estate sector is much more organized now. But how the buyers' interests are being taken care of? Recent incident of super tech, towers we are looking at. Is buyers' interest being taken care of? Because still there are a lot of, talk about that RERA is effective, not effective. In a quick 2 lines, buyers' interests are getting protected under the legal framework now for, in real estate.
Looking at different judgments passed by the legal authorities and the forums, I see one very prime and very important is the inclusion of real estate allottees as the financial creditors. So I see there are a lot of positive sentiments which are being catered towards and which is being looked at the requirements and the challenges which the the allottees or maybe the flat owners from the buyer's perspective are being taken into account. But I also agree, looking at various precedents and the unprecedented events and the unwarranted events also, which has unfolded in the past. There has to be some more focus being made by the government, by the authorities, by the tribunals, where a major interest is being looked at. And I mean, answering to the question, I would weigh this as yet evolving, but there's a lot of room which can be worked upon by the legislative authorities or maybe the government.
Yeah, I think in one of our talks with Mr. Gautam Chatterjee, he said it's not the laws, but it's the people that make it efficient. So things
Correct.
are there, regulations are there. It is for the people to implement in the right way. Anjana, coming to and one question that we have is that luxury or premium residential real estate is set to rebound in 2023, going by a lot of industry reports. What's your outlook for the segment?
So I definitely think it has already rebounded. I wouldn't say it will rebound. So it's already begun on that sort of trajectory, and it'll continue. So I think what we are seeing, and I referred to this earlier when I answered the question, is that there has been a spike in demand, in that segment. And India has redefined what luxury means. So it's only going to go above and beyond from here. And I think what's also interesting to note is it's not just the top 8 or the tier 1 cities that in India that are sort of reflecting this. It's across India that we're seeing this. So, that's something it's interesting, and it's also great for the industry as a whole, because the whole industry is being uplifted by way of consumer preferences changing, of course, and of course developers being able to deliver on the needs of the consumer. So the trajectory has already it's already taken off, and it'll continue flying at 30,000 feet for, I would only hope, at least another 3 or 4 years.
Okay, fantastic. That's good news for everyone listening to this panel discussion. Now, one question, our topic of this discussion was expectations and reality. Shubhankar Mitra, starting from you, what are the expectations as an industry person, and what actually is the ground reality that you would say?
So everything is good is expected, but reality is that all the good doesn't happen all the time. So one thing we expect that the global turmoil and all the uncertainties that we are seeing, we expect that it will not touch India, or it will not impact India so much. But ground reality is that inflation is a very significant deterrent, and the way the oil prices, etc., is keeping itself high. I think it will be a challenge to keep the momentum going in the long term. We might see things are slowing down a bit. That's the reality.
Okay, Ramita, what's your view on that? What is the ground reality, and what are the expectations? You are on mute. I think we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So I was saying expectation is that the wave that we are riding will continue. But obviously the ground reality is that nothing continues forever. And we are not immune to the recessionary trends that we are hearing. So it's will the impact be very severe or not? The next 2 quarters will tell us. We hope, and it seems at this point in time that it's going to be a blip for a couple of quarters. But I think the reality is going to be something that which we will get to see only by Q4 of this year. So it may not be all singing and dancing till the end of the year, but I guess India is resilient. We are prepared. We will continue to shine. So it's just hoping for the best.
Yes, fingers crossed. Richard, coming to you in terms of, from the legal perspective, again, what are the expectations maybe for the buyers, maybe from the industry, and what is the reality, and, where should we head to?
Absolutely. So from the legal perspective, the disputes, the main chunk of it is the dispute, how the transaction is structured, basis the specifications and the requirements. That is something really important to look at. But, from a micro perspective. From a macro perspective, I would say, given the global initiatives and agreements, regulatory requirements, and the need of the hour, as we say, ESG can no longer be said to be a flavor of the season. It is, in fact, set to become the mandatory at the level of each stakeholder. So, in fact, to sum it up, with various checks in place, India is on the track of becoming sustainable and moving towards the global net zero ambition. But the transformation of economy towards a greener future is an enormous challenge that requires tremendous efforts from all stakeholders. With respect to the advice for the future, in the digitization space, the real estate industry is in the early stages of the digitization path. So there is room of improvement now that the sector is becoming increasingly data-driven. As real estate turns from property to operations under the umbrella of the industrial revolution, technology will become critical. However, this requires a careful approach, and this must be basically counterbalanced by user multi-experience and more professional attitude towards the sector.
Yes, I think technology is creating a lot of transparency in the systems. Yes. As you talked about dispute resolutions and all, probably that is one reality that we have to deal with. And ESG is, again, yes, we are all...
Yeah, because we see there's, if there's a matter which is filed, if the case there's filed, it's an unending thing.
That's right. That's right. That's the reality of real estate. Yeah. But yes, we are figuring out the right way out of it. We are, on the right track. As long as we are doing that, ESG is something we are all aspiring to, and looking at what you spoke about, the developers are working towards it. Anjana, coming to you, as you said that yes, real estate is high flying already, and it's going to touch higher altitudes in the coming years. So that is our expectation, definitely. What is the reality, and how do you see the future?
So, I mean, that's definitely the expectation and the hope, I think, for anyone that's a part of this industry. Reality is that there are a lot of barriers, whether it's your rising input costs, whether it is, like Yukti mentioned before, whether it is, clearances and approvals coming in on time. Of course, global markets do tend to affect us. And Ramita said, we are a resilient country. We've always been. I think we bounced back great after COVID, but there will be a little bit of an effect of that. So I think there are certain barriers that, will sort of be stumbling blocks as we choose to continue cruising. But these are things that as an industry we will encounter. And real estate has always been a cyclical industry. There are a number of years of a high, and then it sort of dips a little bit. So it's not sort of going to be any surprising or any different. But I think where we are right now, we are on a strong growth trajectory, which will continue. But there are hurdles that we all have to overcome to ensure that it continues.
That's right.
So reality is not all laughs and smiles.
Bed of flowers, yeah.
But but through it all, I guess there is a silver lining, and we're all working towards that.
Yes, we have seen that, as all our speakers have said, Indian real estate is resilient. Indians by nature are very resilient. So we will, be positive and are, expecting growth for the sector. Thank you so much, Mr. Subhankar Mitra, for so wonderfully moderating this panel and sharing your views as well to our speakers, Ramita, Richa, Anjana, and Yukti, and Renu. Unfortunately, they had some technical issues and they had to drop out. But thank you so much for being here with us, sharing your time and sharing your views. Thank you so much. Lovely to have you here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sapna. Thank you.
Thanks.
So that was one wonderful session, and where we spoke about real estate, the expectations and reality. Now let's get ready to welcome our next set of speakers on a very interesting industry talk, which is on the topic of architecture of change, collaborative work for sustainable future. So let me introduce our panel for this session. The session is moderated by Ninad Tipnis, founder and principal, JTCPL Designs. With a robust domain experience of almost a decade, in 2002, Ninad Tipnis founded JTCPL Designs, an architect-led design build firm which functions in the corporate commercial space and till date has successfully evolved fit-outs for leading entities nationally and internationally. The firm now has presence in various geographies, including India, UAE, Jordan, Malaysia, Egypt, Sri Lanka, Singapore, Indonesia, and Cambodia. So welcome to our eminent moderator of the session. Let me now introduce our speakers in the alphabetical order. Our first speaker, let me introduce Ms. Kavita Sastry, Principal Architect, KS Designs, and Chair, IIID Bengaluru. Kavita Sastry design philosophy is a simple marriage of aesthetics and practicality. In 2016, she initiated a community design studio at Institute of Indian Interior Designers, Bangalore regional chapter. It focuses on doing pro bono design for community projects in Bangalore. This collaborative studio has completed numerous government schools and orphanages, including the restoration of the 108-year-old government school in Murphytown. Our next eminent panel member is Ms. Nidhi Agrawal, founder Space Mantra. With a rich industry experience of more than 18 years, Nidhi is an engineer by qualification and an innovator by passion. Fueled by her drive to address the pain points of the interior design and construction industry, she has launched Space Mantra, a B2B online marketplace for construction materials and interior fit-out products. Our next panel member, I introduce Ms. Pallavi Matkari, Chief Design and Sustainability Officer, Grunwald Group. With professional experience of over 18 years in architectural design, Pallavi has an extensive experience in designing, planning, managing, and executing projects in a 24/7 environment. She brings to the company innovative designing ability, aided with extensive knowledge of materials, resources, planning, and staff development, and human resource management. Our next panel member, I introduce Sabina Khanna, founder, principal architect, Studio KIA. Sabina has over 35 years of professional experience. She is a fellow member of Indian Institute of Architects, associate member of Indian Institute of Interior Designers, national president, architecture, WICCI, and PhD CCI Delhi, founding member of Women Entrepreneur Committee, Architecture and Interiors Forum, and is also member Housing and Urban Design Committee. Next member of this panel is Sheetal Bhilkar, founder and director, Urja Building Services Consultants. Sheetal is an industry veteran with over 28 years of experience as an MEP consultant. She has expertise in engineering design, sustainability, cost management, and business development. She has worked on a variety of projects from data centers, industries, townships to high rises and IT parks. Sheetal is a president TRW community, co-chair Women's Wing FSAI Mumbai, and member ISHRE and Naredko Mahi. Our next and final member of this panel, let me introduce Shibani Jain, founder CEO Baya Design. Shibani Jain has a career spanning 3 decades. She has worked with the corporate sector and for last 20 years has worked extensively with various craft groups across India. Shibani founded Hand for Handmade in 2020, a platform that helps artisans, craft producers, and designers to scale up through collaborative and knowledge support. So this is our eminent panel, and Architect Tipnis, I hand it over to you now.
Thank you very much, Sapna. Good evening, ladies. It's wonderful to be moderating this panel, and I'm just waiting to dive into this ocean of wisdom I see in front of me. When I was studying this subject, it is such a deep and such a multi-layered subject that I thought of arriving at certain foundational points first, and then understanding your individual journeys so that we lay a context for the audience. Because in 60 minutes covering sustainable future and architecture for change is quite the task Realty Plus has laid down for us. So I would like to commend Realty Plus for the Women Icon Conclave and Awards. Thank you for putting together such platforms which allows us to converge and have knowledge sharing platforms like these. So I will just lay down my context and my perspective as far as collaboration is in terms of being an instrument to cause sustainable change, using architecture as a catalyst. And so over the years, what we have seen is essentially architecture is a convergence of capabilities, and architecture, by the very nature of the discipline, has always been collaborative. One cannot thrive in architecture without collaboration. And if there was one thing I were to pinpoint, which has remained constant over the centuries when it comes to architecture, it is the convergence of capabilities which brings forth newer and newer content. And this content has led to emerging credibilities and therefore building new communities. And my panelists today, they have such fabulous individual journeys that I just cannot wait for them to unravel parts of it in this limited time we have together. So without further ado, and in no specific order, I would like to set the context by asking a foundational question to the ladies on this panel, which is, what is collaboration for you? And in your individual journeys, how have you used the catalyst of collaboration to bring about a change for a better future? And if I may, can I start with Shibani? You're on mute, Shibani.
Thank you so much, Nat, and happy to start the conversation. So I am a designer, and for me, I have been working in the craft space and with Artisans of India for the last 20 years or so. And for me, collaboration is really looking at the cultural connect that I see in their work, and the roots that they remind me of every time I go travel to a place and I see an artisan working. I see the incredible skills they possess and how they have lost touch with today's markets. And the markets are here with us in the urban cities, who are basically architects, designers, corporate institutions, who will actually be able to give them the income that they truly deserve. And for me, collaboration is both with the artisans on the one hand, where I bring in their skills for interiors, and I also collaborate with architects and interior designers to put those skills into very good use and make them contemporary and in the context of today's time. And the connect is so important, only when one looks at cultural arts or cultural forms of being, one realizes how much soul and depth is there and how deeply we actually connect with our own identity through these forms. So for me, the collaboration is through this medium of crafts and cultural arts that a big differentiation can be made in how we choose to accept them in our lives.
Thank you so much, Shivani. Sabina, let me proceed to you, and you have a multifaceted kind of journey. So it'll be very interesting for us to know what your definition for collaboration is and how you have used collaboration furthering your journey.
Thank you, Ninad. Collaboration, as you rightly said, the very word architecture is defined by collaboration, and like great things in buildings are never one person effort. It's always done by a team of people. And collaboration, and since we are into pure architectural consultancy and we are doing architecture projects, so the collaborative process basically begins with the place, with the site. You start collaborating with the site itself, for us, and that is important. And then giving it the identity to the culture or the tradition of the place, and then of course the economics gets involved. So that is where, that is which begins the process of collaboration for us for every project. And then we have external collaborations, as you said, which are an expansion of this process. And that includes the experts from various disciplines who contribute together, to the stability of the project, its efficiency, and the quality of the project. So for us at Studio Kia, our design firm, so we've always believed in a very collaborative, a communicative and a very contextual approach. for us. That is the extension of collaboration, is the communication and the context, which is very important, and that transcends all use, purpose, the aesthetic, and the function to create the end architectural product, which needs to be meaningful, for us. And though each project is uniquely different and reflective of the cumulative experience and the expertise that our team brings together. So here you have the collaboration of architects and engineers and consultants and designers and the clients. And so for us, each project is teamwork from the word go, and that is how it is. And we've actually had different collaborative typologies throughout our decades of practice at Kia, and each one of them having a very individualistic significance. If I can just very quickly put forth a few examples, is that, many a times we have done a project with a client where we have invested ourselves way beyond than our commitment or our scope of work, to the extent that we have formed a kind of an association or a bond with the client where he has disbanded his own design team. So that is like a next level collaboration that you manage to end up doing with your client, Sure. And another interesting example that I would like to do is a project very close to heart where we were doing is government schools, the redevelopment and the redesigning of government schools all over Goa, And so that was a project of upgradation of the schools that we had done. And this included mixed bag schools across all talukas of Goa, from primary to secondary, to high schools. And they were in the remotest of areas. So what we did was actually, though we got a brief from the client, what needs to be plugged in into every school, we actually put in a team in place. We sent in that team to every corner of Goa where these schools were located. And here our collaboration became with the end user. So we actually went and interacted with the teachers on there. Some schools had only one teacher and 2 students. The principal, to the extent of going and even interacting with the parents of the girl students there, because of the reason that they were not sending the students to school, because they said there was lack of amenities. There was no basic toilets, hence we could not send our girls. So the schools were not functioning, not because the built infrastructure was not there, but because the students didn't want to go. So that for us was a collaboration at the next level of where we were actually interacting with the end user. We were actually extending that extra bit of what the client had given us the brief. So the entire brief had to be redone with the client. So that for us is, again, collaboration is going that extra bit to make sure that your project becomes a sustained effort, and it has a sustained future when we are talking about. And of course, we know that collaborative initiatives have also come to be post-COVID, which have a different connotation, and people have had the need to regroup and rethink and reassess, probably to make their businesses and works, work actually. And so to be able to emerge from this pandemic, and that sort of a collaboration is a new paradigm shift that one needs to, keep an eye on too. And so that for us has been collaboration at various levels across our practice.
So true, so true. And aren't we all passionate architects guilty of going beyond the brief? True. So, it's a very common thing we see here. Let me now go to Kavita. Sabina mentioned government school intervention, and which brings me to Kavita. And there is a shining example in the repertoire of her works. And I would come to that later, but let me get to the first question, which is, Kavita, for you, how has collaborative effort enhanced and helped you grow as an architect?
So thank you, Ninad, and thank you, Realty Plus, for having me on this panel. So my collaborative, like you said, architecture is a extremely collaborative discipline. And like Sabina says, it's all about teamwork. We may do the designs, but we need somebody to execute it. And it's not just one as such. they're usually in multiple teams. So we need to really this collaboration mean. It is, I think, it is empowerment. We are empowering each other when we collaborate. And it is the only way forward. Like Sabina said, it was a paradigm shift, pandemic. So collaborate, yes, it is up to us to make it sustainable. So here I'd like to very quickly talk about my collaborative journey, how it started. Actually, I was sitting in my studio here and a bunch of residents walked in. And there's this little park they were trying to kind of rejuvenate, neighborhood park. And there was a very old, so can you, do something about it? Can you redesign it for us? Because we're looking for a library, plus we're looking for a place for all of us to have our meetings. So these were from the Residents Welfare Association, from the neighborhood. And and then they told me we can't pay you anything for it. So here I'm sitting there in my studio and I'm like, yeah. So I said, okay, fine, I'll, do it because I live here. This is my neighborhood. And I think we need to own our neighborhoods. We cannot live detached. We need to be we need to participate in what's happening in our street, in our neighborhood. So I said, sure, I'll do it. And somehow we managed to do it, and it came out, and it got me thinking. Then in how many years ago, I kind of there was this NGO that wanted to refurbish a government school, like what Sabina was saying, and they wanted to convert it into part of the classrooms into a children's dormitory. There were these kids who had, needed to be looked after, to be housed there. So that got me thinking that, alone there's only so much I can do. But as part of Triple ID, it gave me a platform to start something which would make change. So I got actually during one of our sessions, I got this idea about Code Studio, where apparently in New York, it's mandated that every architect dedicates 1% of his time to community service. So I said, why don't we, as architects in Bangalore, we are only cribbing about the infrastructure, road, about the traffic. Why don't we do something? So why don't people come to us? Why doesn't the government approach us? Why don't they come to architects and say, hey, design this? Is it because we are expensive? Is it because we are elite? We said, why not give design free and only to projects that are worthy? So we made this little model where we said, that a project that comes through an NGO, so that it's validated, we don't waste our time. And the other thing is, what also happened is that I started collaborating with different firms for every project, so that other people, other architects in the community also got a chance to kind of participate and engage. So I think that was how Code Studio started. And yeah, I'm hoping that this is just the beginning.
Thank you, Kavita. Let me now go to Nidhi. Nidhi, I must compliment you on your wonderful backdrop. It's really very impressive. Welcome to the panel, Nidhi. Kavita spoke about platforms, and I think you are the only panelist. Probably, I think Shibani has started something new, but you have started an e-commerce platform where you aggregate materials and all that. So I'm very intrigued to know how has technology helped you in furthering collaboration? So part A could be, what does collaboration mean to you? And how did this idea of an e-commerce platform come about?
Right. So thank you, Ninad and Reality Plus for having me here. It's really a great honor to be amongst panel of great architects over here. So yes, so collaboration definitely. So first of all, let us understand what sustainability is, right? Because what I understand is that sustainability is such a broad term. It could mean different things to different people and different stakeholders, right? So depending upon their knowledge or their domain or their circumstances. So first, what we need to do is that we need to define set goals or set SMART goals for sustainable development. So which could be specific, measurable, attainable, time-bound, and relevant. So once we have these set SMART goals for sustainability, then we need to work towards collaboration. Because the way a traditional construction design construction goes in India or everywhere is that there are so many stakeholders involved, definitely. Like everyone here agrees that architecture needs a lot of collaboration. So definitely you have your project owners, homeowners, your interior designers, your consultants, your contractors. So there's such a lot of so many stakeholders involved that collaboration really becomes very tricky in the construction industry as a whole. And so this is where, you know, we got this idea that this industry needs consolidation. So that was really the pain point that we are trying to solve, is to bring technology and to integrate this industry by bringing in some one-stop solutions. So wherein everybody from architects to designers to contractors and to project owners, they could find a meaning to be where things could be easily accessible to them. So for example, now if we talk about sustainability, we all understand that use of green building materials, it is very one of the major reasons that can help us reach sustainable development. Now, yes, we've talked about ESG and these compliances earlier, but if we look at the general society as a whole, not everyone is aware that, you know, how we can, how they can contribute towards a green construction. So mostly people would think that these products are very expensive. They would not give them a good ROI, and it would not be profitable to invest in these kind of building materials. So over here as a technology platform, what we can do is to increase awareness amongst the general population as a whole, that green building materials is something that, yes, it is something that is easily accessible and is something that would generate good profits in the near future. So if I talk about ourselves, like at Space Mantra, we are partnering with many brands and manufacturers who deal into such kind of products. So for example, if I take one example, we have partnered with Khadi India Prakritik Paints. So now this is a paint that is made out of cow dung and has many natural benefits. So giving a brand visibility to such kind of products, making them accessible to the general public in a whole is something we can really, you know, as a technology, we can create awareness and having such platforms. So then, of course, there are, I mean, you guys are the experts. So there are so many products. You have fly ash bricks, AAC blocks, you have so many green boards and plywood's, n number of materials that one should really use to, that could help in sustainable development. So over here is a collaborative effort. So what a platform like ours could help in achieve, or other platforms that are there in this domain, is that how the products that architects or interior designers recommend, so could be made more accessible to the public. So one is that, yes. So then in other ways also, if you could lead to delivery methods, if you could innovate methods that would lead to greener delivery methods and sustainable methods in delivery and procurement. So this entire supply chain management also, it would be, it could really contribute to sustainable development.
Thank you, Nidhi. Now I come to the only engineer probably on the panel. Sheetal, engineers. Sorry?
Engineers. We are all engineers. Architecture is engineering as well.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Engineers are natural collaborators to architects. Sheetal, I would like to know from your perspective, what does collaboration mean, and how has it been collaborating with a bunch of architects, evolving all these projects you have evolved so far. And what does the future look to you in terms of sustainability and using your collaborative skills? How do you see that furthering the vision?
Thank you, Ninath, for the question, and thank you, Realty Plus, for having me here. So I have long journey in this industry. So I started 20 years back, merely from home, and I'm an electrical engineer myself. So I started as a electrical consultancy, and later on in 2008, collaborated with a plumbing consultant. HVAC consultant, and started a MEP consultancy. So collaboration started from there in my journey, and definitely over the last 20 years, my company UBAC has worked on more than 650 projects. So we have designed different type of projects, right from IT parks, data centers, hospitals, then institutes. So the experience is wide, and we get opportunity to work with various architects, various stakeholders like green building consultants, and there are lighting designers, PMCs, and everyone, And definitely collaboration to us is, as a MEP consultant, we more have to work with architects. Definitely we have to see to it their aesthetics we are taking care of without hampering their spaces, and we have to be very particular about how much spaces we are taking for our equipments. So collaboration starts from there, where we are taking accurate spaces, nothing beyond what is required. That is where the collaboration starts. And I think collaboration is more than it is giving more than which is expected from you in any project. So while designing any project, you should look at it as a different project, and what value engineering you can do for that project. So suppose if it's an institute, so you have experience of so many institutes, so what different you can do for this institute, but particularly not something what you are doing for years together, you are doing it that for that project also. So definitely that makes a lot of difference when you collaborate with the partners and try to give something different for that project. So as per my company UBAC, we always tries to give something different. Like few years back, we did office for India First at Goregaon, Mumbai. So there we had given them daylight harvesting solution. So that time it was very new, 12 years back, it was very new solution for them. So we went out of our comfort zone. We worked with architects and designers, and then we gave them the solution. So I think as a professionals, we have to look at the project in that way, collaborate with each other and give the best for that project. And looking at the future, like I think your next question was about sustainable future. So definitely as a MEP consultant, we play a major role in designing any project. So because we work on the important aspect of energy and water conservation. So I think India slowly the development is slow, but it is constant, and I think I'm looking out for a brighter future for our country, and people are thinking about sustainability, and sustainability mindset is developing. I think mindset is what is required, or we can say a sustainable wisdom is required at individual level also, to go further. Then only we can have a sustainable future.
Thank you, Sheetal. Which brings me to our final panelist, Pallavi. Pallavi, you head the design initiative at a prominent developer, and you've done thousands of residential units. You are multidisciplinary. very versatile kind of platform. What has your experience been in terms of as an architect, how do you ensure that you infuse collaboration at a strategic level in a developer's office, and B, how do you ensure that it translates into tactical action on ground?
Thanks, Ninad, for that question. It's quite a quite a all-encompassing question, and thank you, Realty Plus, for having me on this panel. Basically, I think one of the most important parts, as far as my role with the developer goes, is instead of doing apartments for somebody whom you know, you're doing these for people whose faces, whose cultures you're not aware of, and therefore it needs to be more of a understanding of who is it that you're designing for, not as a specific person, but as a specific people, as a specific demographic. And so collaboration starts for us at a very different level. It starts even from the very project brief, or for that matter, in terms of the kind of sizing, etc. Because this collaboration is kind of the precursor to the whole architectural exercise that we do as architects, which is what would do well in the market, why would it do well, what is necessary, what is not necessary, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, what happens is you also need to make sure that the technicality kind of goes and sits with the whole vision and the dream that we have for the project. And it only becomes necessary that you make sure that everything is orchestrated so it kind of comes and falls in a place. Like all the other panelists have also mentioned, architecture itself is a very, very collaborative kind of field. And to add to it, when you add in, aspects of sales requirement, marketing needs, how you present the product to the customer so that he sees or she sees value in what is being given, I think it becomes very, very essential as a role to kind of manage design more than actually physically design. So it's necessary at that time to kind of have an open mind. It's actually very interesting because various people come with various thought processes, even if the same profession exists. You get a plethora of ideas, and you can always pick some discussion from one particular logic and kind of connect it to another one and get into a much larger, much fulfilling kind of role for the project. As far as your second question is concerned, it is essential that we make sure that whatever we are building is in line with the thought of whether it's the right decision for a future which is right, rather than creating a constraint in the future. And I think that is an aspect that we need to kind of look forward to, because this is something that you're designing for somebody who's going to come and take possession of it after 5 years, and they need to be able to take it through. It should not be that, I made something and then it's not something which they can, operate, or there's a problem because the costs are too high. So it needs to be a fine balance between the two. And sustainability is something which is, I think, we as a country are in a position right now where we need to jump into a moving train. The train is already moving. So we have no choice. We have to push ourselves, get that first run, and then board the train.
Thank you, Pallavi. That was a very interesting point you made. That how do you build that relay mechanism while the project is on drawing board, and ensure that the user segues into your strategy and then takes it further. Great. Shivani, I'll circle back to you, and you have an art/artisanal background, and with that perspective, I know for a fact that you work with a lot of rural folk, and you've taken initiatives where you've kind of catalyzed their actions into your endeavor. And so would you like to throw some light on that? And could you share with the audience some dominant examples which come to your mind?
Sure. So basically, if you're asking me about the artisanal connect, so what it does for us is that it helps artisans to preserve these age-old skills if we give them work. And on the other hand, it also helps artisans to learn what the market wants today and be able to stay in step with the markets of today. In the past, it used to be the kings who used to work with the artisans, and they were both in the same place. Today, the artisans are in rural places, and we who are the designers and the architects are in the urban cities. So the market has got divorced from the production centers, and crafts has always been an income generation industry. And we have always worked with crafts in step with the market. So the gap is to make them understand what is the need of today and work backwards from there to recreate and reinvent their thinking around their skills. And that is the connect that architects and interior designers can make powerfully in their interiors. So one example that I want to give you is, when crafts take a pride of place, it is truly a different experience. We did this top financial bank, and where we did 9 floors of cultural art, and each of those cultural art were modified to suit very brand-based themes. So it was unity, success, brotherhood, community building, oneness, working together as a team. And we worked with a number of different art forms, whether it was, Bengal art to show community building, whether it was the environment, which was shown through the earthy terracotta forms of banyan tree. And we, or at the top floors, we showed some very abstract renditions of mandala art to talk about, how the concept of working in peace and harmony. So all of these, the artisans could actually understand and were able to translate for this financial bank a completely different identity than what they have traditionally done. And this is something that was so unique and so powerful that, people have said that I never thought that cultural art could be used in this way or, innovated in this way. So if we give them a chance to rebrand and, reposition how they think of their own skills, I think there's a huge connect there that we can make with the rural world. They can avoid migrating to cities. They will get money where they are in their places of work. Their women will get empowerment and they will get money, because it's a large portion of sustainability actually is with the women. And if they get empowered, the entire family gets empowered. Women do a lot of arts and crafts in their homes. And also the whole concept of preservation of culture and the connect that we can do through this, medium.
No, it's amazing. There are so many layers in what you described, and this example of a financial institution adapting rural arts is a wonderful example of history dancing with technology.
Yes.
So thank you. I cannot resist the temptation of asking you to share something about Hand for Handmade, because the time is running fast.
I
don't know whether we will get a chance to have one more.
I was just talking about Baya. In my other company, Baya, this is what we do. But in Hand for Handmade, it's come out as a response to the COVID times. And we are bringing together support for artisans in multiple forms. It can be in the form of working with a few clusters and helping them with capability building. So we are teaching them things around business planning. We are mentoring them around how to look at their production, materials, costing. We are giving them design inputs, We are giving them inputs on how to market themselves and make make visible their brand or talk about their brand. And through Hand for Handmade, there are 3 craft clusters that have run quite well in the last 1 year despite the COVID times. And we have also, on the other hand, started something called Handmade Academy, which will be up very soon, where we are putting on a lot of information and learning onto the Infosys Springboard platform, where there will be free learning tools available for the artisans, for designers in the artisanal space, and for young entrepreneurs in the artisanal space to learn from and grow faster. So Hand for Handmade is involved in these 2 aspects of work right now.
No, it's commendable what you're achieving through the platform to sustain livelihoods in rural places so that they don't have to migrate, and that itself is such a strong move towards sustainability. Thank you, Shabani. I would now like to come to Sabina, and in the brief interchange we had as a run-up to this discussion, we spoke about this latest baby of yours. You're doing this community project, and where you're involving the village folk. I would like you to speak a bit on that and tell us how the experience has been, and as an architect and as a practitioner over the decades, how does that make you feel?
Sure, Ninad. Firstly, before I get to the exact question, I'd just like to take one thing. You did note and compliment on Nidhi's backdrop. I said, just in case if you all are taking on this backdrop, this is a very temporary. I'm in a hotel room. I've been part of a conference since morning. I'm part of the ASSOCHAM GEM conference, and I had to excuse myself from the convention center, take a temporary hotel room within the same place to ask them that I need to hop on a call for an hour. So just to put my backdrop in perspective, lest everybody thinks I'm actually talking from a bedroom. So
spoken like a guilty conscious architect.
No, I just, since you pointed out Nidhi's backdrop, I thought let me make that clear.
Thank you, thank you.
I love Shivani's backdrop as well.
Of course.
I think it's really pretty.
Very arty. It's very, very arty.
Thank you so much.
So, okay, getting to our project, yes, our latest baby that you said. It is more of a project of passion, Ninad, for us. It is something that started and triggered 10 years ago. So that's when Rajiv and I, we are both the outdoor person. Rajiv is my husband, also an architect, and we run our studio together. We are both the outdoor people. We'd rather be walking up the hills rather than sitting and watching a Netflix in the evening. So we decided to go to Kasoli, to the hills, and pick up a bit of land, a small bit of land for ourselves to make a small cottage, a second home for ourselves. And that is when this whole journey began. And we went and bought a piece of land. And as architects would like it, it was on the top of a hill, which was about 500 feet above our land, above the road that we had. So that was a point of ingress to our land lot that we picked up. And we decided to then make a road to our little plot up there where we could build a house. And it so happens that because sustainability is so ingrained in you, we did not want to just choose the shortest distance possible and make a winding road. So we actually chose a gradual slope where we had to do a minimum cut and fill. And we landed up picking up a stretch of almost 1.5 kilometers that led up to that little piece of land. So, and then what happened is once you're doing that in the village, people get to know that there's somebody picking up land. So the people, the villagers who had landlots alongside that bit of stretch of road that we were picking up kept coming and, like, we want to sell, I have a need at home, humko ghar banana hai, ya meko beti ka shadi karna hai. And that little bit of picking up that landlots, it took us 5 years, 5.5 years, and across almost 150 registries with villagers. Long task, but we picked up almost 60 bigas today from the 2 bigas that we went to make a land, make a home for ourselves. So now that project, from that very moment, I feel from the way when we were buying it from these villagers, became a collaborative effort. It became an effort with the local community, So they started feeling it as their own project within that village. And that is where we are now doing is luxury villas. And when I say luxury villas, I don't mean luxury in terms of flashy materials. I mean luxury in terms of fresh air, clean drinking water, a connect with nature, and just being out there in the open under the stars at night. So for us, that is the luxury villas that we are doing. And it's a project, it's a real estate project. We are going to be, selling the villas, but we are designing them, we own them, we are building them. And so people started saying, who is your developer? Who is your builder? Only then you'll be able to sell your project. We got in somebody from Delhi, friends of ours from the, you've been in the trade for so long. And we took two of them there. We interacted with them. And then we suddenly realized, no, this is not it. They just don't fit here. This is something that's going wrong here. And we can't be doing this. So we just approached the Sarpanch of the village and we said that we want to reach out to the local community. You have masons and labor here and people who understand the local typology. And that whole process started. And this started about 4 years ago. And so we have the village community, the people coming from that local 3-4 villages around where we have our land lot. And we have them coming and working. They keep growing in numbers as per our need. They've become more like a family. We understand them. We know their families, their requirements. So they are the people who are actually working with us on that project. It is a hillside. They understand. I'll give you a small example. We were breaking ground for the first villa, a sample villa, and our foundations were being dug. And these people were digging the foundations, and suddenly 2 people who were digging the foundations come to us and say, you'll have to just shift the villa by a few degrees. And we told him, no, but that'll upset everything. And they said, no, because we understand that the soil below here, or the rock here is too hard. You won't be able to do the foundations. So if you shift it by this given degrees, you'll be able to set right everything. Now, that, in other words, I would have had to have a geologist or somebody coming in to do the needful. But these people, they understand the region, the soil, the earth and everything. I have a gentleman, Shaluram. He is a 72-year-old man who's quarrying my stone on that site because he's passionate about it. Alongside my site, he has a larger land holding than mine. But he's working here because that is his passion. And we have quarried all our stone from our site to use on our site for our roads, for our foundations, for our cladding. We have a different bunch of villagers who are actually chiseling the stone for our cladding. We have a different lot who's pulling out the very thick, 8-inch thick stone, and actually we are laying our stone roads. I have 1.5 kilometers of a stone road that has been laid by the villagers. Our retaining walls are loose Dhaji stone walls. So it's a local construction technology that we've brought. We've involved this community. It is a very satisfying project. We are trying to be as sustainable as we can be there. We are doing local landscapes.
Sabina, are you there? Is it me or we've all lost?
No, we can't hear her. Yeah, I can't hear her either. So
yeah, I think
maybe
problem
we
with
can
her
come back.
network. Yeah.
I think she's dropped off the call.
Maybe we can go to the next
panelist. So Kavita,
oh, that's me. Oh, okay.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I have to ask you about this community design studio, and you spoke about the institute being a platform to catalyze this collaboration. And so why don't you take us to this government school in Murphy Town, if you will?
So this Code Studio, we've done a lot of projects where most of the projects we've had interventions in smaller areas, like government schools want to upgrade the toilets. Akshay Patra, they serve the meals, but they wanted a clean, hygienic space to serve the meals, for the children to sit down and eat. So, but in this school, which was built in 1913 as an elementary school by the British, there was an enormous opportunity because the entire building, it was not a very big building, but it was a beautiful structure. The entire structure was intact and it needed to be restored. So this project actually came to us through an NGO. They already had funds. They said, we have a sponsor who wants to dedicate their CSR funds to this project, but we have no idea how to go about it. So what we did is that we went to the site, mapped the entire structure, right from the floor, doors and windows to the roof beams, the entire thing, and we gave them a proposal on a step-by-step restoration and the costing, most important thing. Here, since I, at that time, did not have any experience in restoring structures, I reached out to Intac. So Pankaj Modi, who was with Intac at that time, we were, I was connected to him. We were friends. So I reached out to him and I said, look, this is, I need help. And we need help. We need to figure out how to do this correctly. So he put me on to a contractor who does only restoration work. This guy has restored buildings. His name is Mahesh Niganna, and he has restored structures in Chennai, in Mysore, and like the Jayalakshmi Villas mansion in Mysore, the Santhome Cathedral in Chennai. So I realized that, though there are many contractors who can do this job, how do I ensure? So that was a responsibility that we took up at Code Studio, not just giving the proposal and making sure that the right person is appointed for the job and it is restored in the right way and the funds are utilized properly. Because, they were like 100-odd-year-old teak trusses up there, and it's okay for anybody to just take it away overnight, because we can't be there 24/7. So we collaborated with Intac on this project, and of course, went and when the sponsor, which was Foratia in this case, they make motor parts for luxury cars. So when they saw the proposal that it had been put forward by an institute, by this group of architects, they were convinced, and they signed up, and the whole process started. So this, like I said, there was a century-old teak wooden trusses. There were wooden doors and windows. We had to restore it. And the beauty of this was that this entire heritage structure was restored in less than 7 months. Mm-hmm. And it was repurposed as the admin block for that school. So I don't know if you know, but most of government schools have an amazing amount of land, and beautiful site. So we were able to work and get this thing done. And and it was very interesting. So when I went and met the CEO of Foratia, Mr. What was in Inderjeet. So he said that he was very personally invested in it. So I was like, what inspired you to collaborate or get onto this journey and contribute to this? So he says, I am a product of a government school. Wow. So I wanted to, put it out there that we support this, and who knows how many more CEOs and CFOs are in there. So it is our duty to encourage and support. So I think that's where it was a success, because every party that collaborated, that was invested in this project, whether it was for design, whether it was for the financial aid, whether it was for the how do I say, social change, which the NGO was invested in, or it was for actually passionately restoring it in the right way, which the contractor was invested in that.
Sure.
So I think that is why this project was a success. It came out well because every party was invested in it for the right reasons. So yeah, that in very brief. I mean, I wish I could show you the pictures and all, and he actually when he went to the site, he had this big mixer, like an idli dosa batter mixer, a grinder, where he was churning out the lime plaster, the way they do it, they did it traditionally. So it was such a treat to see all those things happening at site. And we did a red oxide floor, and again the layers which he got from Chettinad, they were able to do such a fabulous job. So I think it was a coming together, a collaboration, an collaborative effort of so many people. And it's a very small school, but I think it gave us all a lot of satisfaction. I mean, at times I was more excited going to this site than going to my real time, projects which for my bread and butter. So yeah, so this
wonderful example of an institute hubbed mastermind alliance, and the credibility which an institute gets is just amazing. So thank you for sharing that story.
Yeah.
Pallavi, I'm going to jump straight to you and the volume of projects and the work you do. You come in contact, like you said, you come in contact with so many stakeholders, so many participants in your process, faceless, nameless participants in your process. But alluding to what you said, and keeping locational contextuality as a part of your brief, how do you do that public-private kind of collaborative evolution of your projects? I'm really intrigued to know that.
So I think like I think Shivadi mentioned earlier, that there is some amount of consciousness in the people in terms of what they are buying. I think that is one very, very good thing which is happening. So they are ready to look at something which is more sustainable. They want something which is more sustainable. Also, the whole COVID has put a lot of things about our lives in general in perspective for a lot of us. And therefore, it becomes kind of easy to kind of navigate there, because that these are not anymore choices that you're making because they sound nice. Now it's more hygiene, that you have to think about water, you have to think about energy, and you have to think about how things will run. These are all specific requirements now, because people are interested in knowing. I think it's also the way the whole partnership works is, as developers, we are ready to do something. If we are ready to do something and the client is ready to buy it, it only makes it much more fruitful for both of us, because then you're moving into a future-proofed kind of development. You're saying that, okay, fine, it is taking into cognizance a lot of things rather than creating the problem for the future. It also is necessary that that somewhere I feel the regulatory regime that we have is very, very quantitative it needs to become more qualitative, because what will happen in that case is there would be a semblance of everybody on the same page, which I think is something that we should drive at. Yes, to a certain extent, there is a very high level policy decisions which are made, but I think because the development is parcels of a lot of people coming together, and regulatory happens to be one of them, and one of the most important ones also, because what happens is you and I may think as architects that this is necessary to do, a client may think this is required for me to do, but if regulatory says I can't let you do it, then we are doomed, because finally at the end of it, all of us are in the business of making these developments which are for the future and which will sustain themselves.
Sure. Thank you, Pallavi. Let me proceed to Sheetal. And Sheetal, what do you see the future as in terms of these critical services and the way? I mean, we always had ESG, right? We just didn't have a name to it. But I think ESG is ingrained in the Indian DNA. I mean, look at examples of what Sabina and Kavita shared. These are, and Shivani, these are shining examples of ESG brain tattooed onto Indians. Where do you see India being an ambassador in showing the world? Look at the volume of work we are doing, and your particular typology. I think there is humongous work being done in India. Some of the largest developments of word giants happen to be in India. So what is your take on that? Where do you see us going 20 years from here in terms of critical services?
Yeah, sorry. So lot of development is happening, and frankly speaking, developers also, if you look at the next generation has taken over now, and they are also ready for understanding what are the sustainable measures they can take for the projects, or what are the new technologies which are available in the market. So in my last 28 years of journey, I have seen that steady, change in the mentality of people, and people are going forward and thinking about what are the technologies which are available. So I have seen this journey from very closed this thing, and I think the kind of technologies we are using, like if you talk about AI in MEP, so that technology we are using in our projects. So in BMS also we are using this kind of technologies, and as a consultant also we are proposing this technologies to clients, and people are exploring all these technologies and everything. So, and I think we are at the age where we are witnessing that change, and I see a very bright future for us in this industry also. People are going forward with using different technologies. Like I'll give you a small example, we used to use traditional cables over the years in the buildings. Now we are moving forward for the bus ducts, and developers are accepting it, which was very difficult earlier for us to convince also to developers to use this kind of technologies. But nowadays, if you in Mumbai also, like all, not only the big developers, even smaller developers are understanding these technologies, and they are implementing it also. So I think I see a really bright future in Indian construction industry, where all these technologies and everything can be used.
Thank you, Sheetal. Final question before I hand over to Sapna is to Nidhi. Nidhi, where do you see this e-commerce platform gaining traction, and how have you seen aggregation of sustainable products helping you further the cause? So we are looking at a layer of technology, we are looking at a layer of sustainability, and there is this reality of traction. So how does that mix come together?
Yeah, definitely we have a vision to be a one-stop solution for when it comes to digital procurement of materials. And in this regards, as I told that it is, it is the duty of everyone and all platforms like ours to make these brands or these products more accessible to everyone and to the population in general. So, but in addition to making it more accessible, it is also important to make it more affordable, right? So, yes, when we talk about big developers or big projects, they are the ones who might find a profitability in it. But our vision would be that we make such sustainable products very affordable to the general public and so. And even if I talk about just before procurement also, if we talk about interior designers and architects, so we would also want a platform to be a product discovery and a price discovery platform for them, wherein somebody, it's like a digital library, so when you are, so we can have a curated list of environment friendly products, so that at the designing and initial stages itself, so these products can be incorporated in the different projects. And then when it comes down to procurement, so when the end user or the end buyer is, as far as they are concerned, so they know where they can reach out to find such kind of products, and they find a profitability in it in general. So yes, the traction, traction is amongst big time contractors and developers, but the traction would also be there among a general homeowner or somebody like Sabina mentioned in a hillside, you are looking for sourcing local materials. So over there, such kind of thing also, technology would definitely play a major role in price discovery, in procurement, and in supply chain as a whole.
Thank you, Nidhi. Sapna, do we have a couple of minutes? I would really like Sabina to conclude her experience because of some technological challenge. She dropped out in the middle of a passionate experience sharing. So if you permit, can we budget 2 minutes?
Okay. Yes, 2 minutes. Sabina, I think we can conclude with your, experience and project. We'll conclude this session.
So Sabina, you were talking about minimal cut and fill, and then we lost you.
I'm sorry, but thank you, Sapna. Thank you, Ninad. Yes, yes, what I mentioned was that, so the project that we took on, we picked up the road for a minimum cut and fill. And then gradually we kept on adding on the bits of land, and now we are doing our villas, that we are building there. So for us, sustainability was ingrained in that project in the very site selection of it, is that where I wanted to come from. And so now even the villas that we are doing, each villa has an individual siting. It sits on the site. Even if I have 4 villas in a row, each villa is different because of the approach to it, the contours it sits on. I'm not going to cut it. We are not cutting any trees. We are just going around them. We are utilizing our slopes. We've put in place almost 10,000 plants, which are all local species, and the plants that belong to that region. There is nothing that's alien to that region. We've put in a system of drip irrigation that's going to help it. I already have a 7-kilometer long drip irrigation line. And, so the kind of bond that we have now created, not just with the people, with the team with whom we are working, but also with the site where the project stands, So that is the collaboration in the truest sense when I feel that, it is with the process of the very site selection throughout its building, the life cycle of the project that you're doing, and also with the stakeholders who are building it, who are part of the process with you, So that is a very satisfying collaborative process for us.
I think the dynamic is so robust because you've established a platform of authenticity.
Yes.
And so kudos to you and Godspeed to the project. With that, I hand over to Sapna.
I think that was a fantastic conversation. I think the biggest takeaway from this conversation has been that one, when you are collaborating with communities, it can be more successful and fruitful, results or the projects that come out of that. waiting for the authorities and waiting for the policymakers to work. I think if uh, experts like you have the passion, I think we can just go ahead and achieve a lot of fantastic results. And I think kudos to our moderator of this session who brought out collaborations in different fields in different ways of our speakers, whether it is technology, whether it is working on a historical a building with on a government a school project with a corporate community, or working with the local community. I think we have got it, or local craftsmen even. I think we have got it all here on this panel. So thank you, Ninad, for that wonderful moderation and bringing out the best from our speakers and our speakers as well. All our best wishes for your projects from Realty Plus. Thank you so much, Nidhi, for being here with us, Kavita, Shibani, and Sabina, and Pallavi for being here with us, giving us the perspective how the developers are working on this scheme, because I think for developers it is even more difficult because they don't know the consumer face to face. So it even becomes more difficult to build for them whom you have not interacted personally. Thanks, Minat, for that wonderful moderation, and thank you very much for sharing your time and expertise with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank you,
Sapna.
Sapna. Thank you, Ninad.
Thank you for that wonderful conversation. And now let's get ready for the next segment of the day, which is Inspiring Journeys, where the women leaders will share their own experiences, takeaways, as well as advice for budding women professionals. So let's get into that segment. Our first session of this segment is titled Breaking Barriers, Climbing Leadership Ladder in Finance Sector. So let me introduce our eminent speakers of this session. Ms. Vinita Dalal, founder and managing partner, Mount K Capital, head fundraising, Rustomjee Group. Vinita joined Rustomjee Group in 2008 when the industry and the world economy was going through the Lehman effect. She has been an integral part of the finance management and fundraising for the group, and also in charge of the group insurance portfolios. She is now leading the real estate fund, Mount K Capital, that will be for residential and mixed use, along with being part of Rustomjee Group. Our next eminent panel member is Ms. Gitanjali Lalwani Mirchandani, a real estate investment professional. She has been in the real estate sector for the last 16 years, more than 16 years, and she has always been on the lending side and worked with organizations like ICICI Bank, Kotak, and her latest assignment was with JM Financial, where she worked for 11 years and was managing director and head of origination for their real estate NBFC. Right now, she is on a sabbatical, but I'm sure she is going to find something which won't be outside this sector, which she so much loves. Our next panel member, let me introduce Ms. Ruchita Manyar, Executive Director, Goldman Sachs. Ruchita has over 17 years experience in the private equity real estate industry in India and has worked across the entire life cycle of fund management. Currently at Goldman Sachs, she is responsible for scaling the business in India and Southeast Asia. She has played an instrumental role in raising funds, driven investments in private credit, core and core plus, and opportunistic equity strategies. So these are our expert women leaders of this panel. And as I said, this is about the personal journeys of our women leaders. My first question is, financial services sector is still considered a boys' club. So how did you ladies broke into it? Vinita, let's start from you.
I think, thank you, Sapna, for having us all here, and great panel to have. Ruchita and Gitanjali are more, I would say, mentors than anything else, because I've kind of worked with them across. I think real estate as a sector is supposed to be a male-dominated sector. The first time I'm hearing financial services is also a male-dominated sector. So in short, we're saying all sectors are male-dominated sectors. If you're a woman, so no matter which sector you are in, you're breaking barriers in everything that you're doing on a daily basis. So kudos to all of us for that. I think it comes from the fact that it's how you approach a challenge or how you approach a daily situation. I've never really approached anything that is in the sector or anything that I do that this is a male dominated one, and you're a girl or a woman, you're coming into this sector, and so on and so forth. It's as cliche as it can be. If you really want to get something done, no matter what the sector, what the dominance, you'll always get it done. And I think that's how I have approached everything, and that's how I kind of got into it. For me, finance happened by chance. I don't think I was pegged to be in the finance sector. I started off in operations. Lehman ensured that I get into finance, and Gitanjali had a role to play with it in my first couple of transactions. She made me fall in love with finance and the art of getting things done. So yeah, so I think that's how it is for me. So yeah, thanks.
Fantastic. I think let's not follow the cliches and just do our own thing. And that's what Benita believes in. Ruchita, what made you, finance services sector considered more boys club? How did you get into this? And what was your starting journey?
I think coming from a business family, dinner conversations were primarily around accounts, investment in shares, business models, etc. So there was extremely a natural pull towards finance management. I would say real estate was more of a stroke of luck. And, when I started way back in 2005, yes, it was a heavily male dominated, industry. There were situations where in conferences, I would be the only woman around. In fact, we would have nobody else in those conferences. So yes, I think it always meant, because of the male dominance, it always meant that extra efforts had to be put in. And it was not a very, very easy, because speaking up is not a very natural phenomenon for most of us, right? Because culturally, we've been conditioned not to speak up. So it doesn't kind of come naturally. So despite, having a good understanding on the domain, probably deal contours, etc., there would always be that extra effort to speak up, and, probably our points would get registered after 3 or 4 attempts, right? As compared to our peers on the other side. So I think it has been a slow journey, but things have surely changed. I think then it's all about building the credentials with the teams, the exceptional clients who endorse the impact that you bring to the business. So it has been a slow journey, and but it's surely changed, as I would say.
Okay, so it has been a slow journey, but a lot of changes have happened over the years. You must have also seen in your, more women are now coming in the sector. Gitanjali, what has been your experience when you started out? As Ruchita said, she was the only woman out there in the conferences. So how did you, kind of assimilated into that?
So how finance happened to me was, I think for me as a B school graduate, it all depends on what your major and minor is. As it was as simple as that, right? So the decision was taken the day I decided what my major was, which was finance. And at that point, I think my fundamental reason for choosing that is that I think you can't go without touching finance in any aspect of your life. Whatever you might do at some point in time, the basic understanding of numbers is something which is there, and I always love that. And that was my predominant reason to get into the sector. Like Ruchita rightly said, for me also from the beginning, it was finance, yes, but it was finance and real estate, which Benita said, and both of these sectors were at that point in time barely any women. I was very lucky because my first boss in ICICI Bank when I started off was a woman, and ICICI Bank as an organization had a lot of women on top. Right, so it made things a little easier for us in that organization, but it was difficult. Yes, there was hardly any people in any of the real estate conferences. Everybody knew there will be these 2-3 women who will be there, who will be representing this gender. But that's really changed, not only for the finance sector, but also the real estate sector. I think when I left JM, I think my team was 55% women. Most of the people who were leading the regional roles, the operations side, the legal side, they were all women. So I was very proud of that. I think we've come a long way.
Oh, we are very proud of that too. So that's a good news. But one thing I see common here in all our 3 speakers is the real estate and finance. Both again male dominated, as Benita said. The perception is that it is male dominated, and very much true as well. Although a lot of strikes have been made in that. You, Ruchita, and both Gitanjali mentioned being the only woman at that point of time. One of the biggest challenge that you would like to probably mention here that you faced as woman professional in your journey, Ruchita, again starting from you, what was that one big challenge that you had to overcome?
From a professional standpoint, it is just that unlike Gitanjali, I didn't have too many mentors around. So perhaps, it's just that, that extra effort to kind of figure where we are heading, right? I mean, there was no navigation about things. I think that's a bigger. Second, I also, it's a bit of a personal this thing, but I think that entire once you have a kid, the kind of decision that you want to make as to whether, so you kind of making a decision whether it's a kid versus a career kind of a setup, right? So that is when I had a few friends and my husband who was like a rock, who kind of brought me out of the or mindset and focus on an and mindset. I think that's very critical. That's more of a personal, baggage which we all carry as women, because somewhere deep down we feel very guilty, and kid is our responsibility, etc. Because again, as I said, the society conditioning is such, right? So the minute you kind of straddle towards an and mindset, I quickly realized that a lot of solutions, you then start thinking of solutions, right? You start thinking of tools to make both things work. So I think that's a big baggage, which I would say I struggled with, and then I kind of overcame.
Right. Societal mindset, as Ruchita rightly said, and in fact, we were earlier talking to Tina Ravda from Heinz. She also mentioned the same thing. And I think, or versus and is something which all women professionals face during their career. So that was one big challenge Ruchita has mentioned there. And again, support of the family. We'll come to that later. But Benita, what was that one big challenge probably you had to face during your journey?
I think I actually joined the company really young. I kind of joined as an undergraduate really early in time. I think I was 21, 22 when I kind of joined real estate, and Lehman hit the entire sector. I mean, the entire globe very badly. And A, I was a girl. B, I was fairly young. The entire journey for me to walk into banks and financial institutions and represent a developer and go in and then kind of negotiate and work with them and kind of get loans done for the group was kind of, I would say, my initial first few loans were a little tough because, like Ruchita said, obviously, you have to kind of go and knock and get them to kind of take you seriously. And it took a lot of, I would say, acceptance from a public sector bank to see a woman in their room to kind of negotiate with them on behalf of a lender and talk to them in terms of, getting a loan for a developer and not just that, but negotiate commercials and run the entire process for them, and not have the conversation with the person or the developer directly. So that was a I would say I wouldn't say a challenge, but I would say that was a journey that I had to kind of straddle to and take through. It taught me a lot in terms of how to kind of get my ways and my ends and understand the banking sector a little more. So I always say my first learning in the financial sector was my first loan, which I got done from State Bank of India. And if you can get that done, I'm sure you can get anything done, because believe me, that's like the Harvard of banking. The institute is built so rock solid, and the way they kind of run their processes, if you're able to fit that, you've kind of aced an Harvard degree as far as banking is concerned. Ironically, my major was marketing. I was not a finance background. So trust me, for me, finance was learning from scratch and going through everything from base. And I will actually give it to my mentors and give it to everyone in the support system at Rustomji that actually stood by me and pushed me to kind of excel on a daily basis. It was a journey that I had to do, and Lehman was one of the reasons why kind of it worked. I must say something that, we are giving finance importance today, but I remember way back in 2008, 2009, when everything was going upward and there was a boom, nobody really cared about the importance of finance management, or about the right funding. People were all sitting there and saying, oh, whatever's coming our way, let's
Hello,
kind of
is
take
it
it and go
Ramona?
ahead and see how we can keep running the
Yeah,
circle.
tell me.
But when we kind of work that entire way in which the importance of
Done,
finance
done,
has
done.
really come out in the last couple of years,
I just wanted to watch the others. That's okay,
that's
isn't
where
it?
the entire difference has come
Okay,
through.
okay. Huh?
Hey,
And I'll
Bharti, how
log
are
in
you?
there. Huh? Okay. Should I re-log in or leave it?
We have some disturbance. I'll
Yeah.
ask the tech team to please
Yeah.
switch off the audios at the back end.
So, yeah, I am already there. I haven't put on the video. That's all.
Can we have all the other
So I'll
speakers
remain
logging
here.
in to
Okay.
please switch off their
Thank
audios
you.
right
Thank
now?
you. Thank you, Ramona.
Vinita, you
Very
rightly
sweet.
mentioned, I think, having support system is very important, but what you had to face was probably the prejudices. As you mentioned, being young and being woman, so, people have some kind of perception and prejudices. Will she be able to do it? Is she the right person? Is she the decision maker? Gitanjali, coming to you, Ruchita spoke about the societal mindsets. Vinita spoke about the prejudices. What was your biggest challenge that you would like to share here?
So it was a combination of both. So like Vinita, I was also very young when I started off on this. And when you go to a developer's office, okay, when they look at you, firstly, you have to really make an impression for them to take you seriously. Okay, ये madam आई है, but उनको FSI का full form भी पता है कि नहीं? I don't think they, think beyond that, right? So it was very difficult to break through that, to say ki boss, though I'm a woman, I do understand the intricacies of the business, and at least I'm there to learn, and you rather take me seriously. And I think it just took a few months or maybe a few years in my case, because ICICI is an ocean, right? So it was an excellent launch pad. You suddenly get exposure to a lot, and I think that is a double-edged sword, but thankfully it worked really well for me. The biggest challenge, if I have to say, I will have to pick up from where Ruchita left it. I think for all of us, it is when you come back from your maternity leave, right? So when I did come back, you suddenly realize that 4-5 months, so much has changed. And I think it's a lot to do intrinsically with your own struggles with yourself. It's the guilt as to whether you're doing right by your job, whether you're doing right by your family, whether you're doing right by your child. So I guess for all of us as women, there's this WhatsApp forward, which I love to quote every time I speak, that, both there's a man and a woman at the starting line, and there is an end goal, which is the same for both of them. But there's a clean road as far as the man is concerned, and there are 10 hurdles. You have your biological clock, you have your child, you have your in-laws, you have your family. There's so much you have to navigate and just reach the same goal. But I think in time, and with the support of my family, as well as very, very understanding boss, I think that support system is very important. I think if you don't have that understanding at work, those mentors at work who understand the daily struggles, it becomes extremely difficult to navigate that. So I've been blessed with good support system everywhere for me to have been able to pass through those couple of difficult years of my life. So yeah.
That's true. I think, what comes out from this conversation is, no one asks a male colleague, how do you balance work and, home? No one asks a male colleague, do you have a support system at home? How's your family supporting your career choices? I think this is where
Instead of making it in thing, you made it too much.
Biggest, I think the biggest difference lies between the woman professional and the male professional. But coming back to the work life, Vinita, what was that one best work related advice that you received?
Work related advice.
Best work related advice that you got.
I think when you join young, you're really, really immature, and you kind of learn while you're there. And as women, while I'm the best multitask force that anyone can have or humanity can have is a woman. And believe me, women are more diligent than most others in terms of the way they kind of conduct themselves and so on and so forth. But the one thing where men ace it over women in a lot of things that I have seen is that they have the ability to kind of patiently run through the entire process and kind of navigate things in a way that they're able to win over a lot of things much more than women come in with a lot of emotion, they come in with a lot of passion. Men have the ability to control both. When men actually, when you look, like how Gitanjali said, that the road for a woman has lots of obstacles, where that for a man is kind of straightforward. They are able to maneuver their emotions and passions, so that what happens is they are able to kind of stay clear, straight forward, all of that. They do get emotional, but I think women are a little more emotional and passionate than the rest. So I think that for me is a learning which I got it from everything that I've been doing of late, and I think that for me is a learning that I think is a life learning. Is the ability to balance emotion and passion so that you're able to stay calm and straight.
Okay, so the best work-related advice that you got, I think, is by observing the men professionals.
And going through experiences of my own. So yeah, but both combined.
Right. Ruchita, you mentioned, one of the best advices I think I can, say now from your husband when he said, do not think about is or, and, but in your professional career, from your colleagues, from your mentors, or your, the top management,
I think the top, probably the best one for me from a career standpoint, which is very philosophical as well as applicable across walks of life, is to look at a career as a marathon and not a sprint, right? So ideally, we need to focus really on the long-term growth and impact, not necessarily get bogged down by, one lost bonus or one lost promotion. I think it is very easily said, but one has to go through that journey over a long period to appreciate how nuanced and important this aspect is. Because after 17 years, I can appreciate this, but I am sure I could never appreciate. I thought it was very philosophical when I got this, probably in year 5 or year 6. So, and I truly subscribe to that, right? So I think the focus has to be long-term on the impact and growth.
Okay, so one has to believe that you are here for the long term, for the long run, and that how to see. And what Benita also said, it's we get bogged down by emotional ye nahi hua, or we failed in this, so let's not get bogged down, because we are here for the long run. We want to stay in this business, and so
yeah, because most of our careers are 20-30 years, right? You like it or not, that's what all of us are aiming for. So it's pretty much a marathon as opposed to a sprint.
That's right. Gitanjali, you heard both the speakers. What is that one best work-related advice you got, and from whom?
Oh, from who? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so no, the best advice I think I have received is, I think as women, also more so for us, I think we don't ask enough, right? I don't think we ask what we deserve. So I think I was told very early on in my career that if you don't go there and ask what you think you deserve, you're never going to get it. So which is what I've always stood by, to the extent of sometimes being annoying. But I think it is important to know that what is it that you really deserve, how hard you work, and how you are producing results, and how those results should be rewarded. I think we second guess ourselves a bit too much, a bit too often, and hence we don't think that it is in our place to go and ask for what we deserve. So that's one thing which I have been told, that you should, by a very dear boss who's a very good friend as well now, and has been a mentor for me for the longest time. And it's worked very well for me, because if you don't put it out there that this is what you expect, I think most people think that you're happy with your situation. So yes, for me, that was the biggest learning and advice I received.
That's right. In fact, in one of the earlier panels, one of the speakers said, women don't raise their hands often. So that is something probably as a woman professional, we need to, in another one of our earlier, where the HR guy said that, women do not promote themselves that much as a
That's
a
right.
male professional would do. So this is something where probably women can work and not see themselves as lesser than anyone else. Another interesting question that we have from one of our audience is, women, women, as you said, that women second guess themselves more. Things have changed a lot over the years, but do women still need to prove themselves as a professional? Is it more of an external pressure, or is it more women's internal pressures that they take to prove themselves? What is that is the perception? Vinita, do you agree with that? Do women need to prove more than their male colleague as a professional?
So I don't think women need to, but I think mindset wise we are conditioned to. So that's why people still have that. I don't really think anybody needs to prove anything to anyone. But it's if you look at women as throughout the years, it's not just work. In the overall way, they've always been projected as a lot that needs to get protected, that needs to get cared for, that is a very mild and some a sect of women, or a group of people who actually come from a perspective that either they are looked at as someone that needs protection or someone that is weak. So I think because of that, and while the metros, I am telling you, are a little more open towards women working and women having multiple facets, like Gitanjali and Ruchita said, that working women who are balancing between families, between kids, and between work. In the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and probably not just tier 2, tier 3 cities, maybe 3, 4 cities today, that mindset still exists. There are not that emphasis, or that change in mindset needs to come in where women are brought up with the fact that you are not born to get married. You're not born to bear a family. Yes, that is your superpower, but you also are born to be who you are. That mindset, the day it comes, that is the day when this entire conversation and this, will go from a man versus a woman to humans on this earth who are actually making a difference in their lives. Because at the end of the day, whether you look at yourself as a man or a woman, at the end of the day, you're a human. If you can't get that side of yourself and show that side of yourself, you will always be typecasted as A gender or B gender, or now the acceptance of a third type of gender. So I think it's not about whether you have to, it's about what you've been conditioned to. Touch wood, I would say, I have never had to experience that, where I have been made to feel that I am not a human, but I am a woman and I need to fall in line because this is what I was born to be. And I just hope everyone else who, every new kid that is born in this earth gets the same kind of response, because that is the only way it will change. So I really don't think that women have to or need to. I think women just need to be themselves, and that's proof enough of their worth.
That's true.
And I really hope someday that
how
that
women
mindset
are conditioned over the years. I think that is how we are brought up, and that kind of plays on our psyche even when we are professional. Ruchita, what do you have to say? Is it more external pressure, or is it women themselves who put a lot of demand on themselves as a professional?
I would say, we don't have to now. I kind of completely concur with Benita now. I think times have changed. So, but the thing is, there are two sides of a coin, right? If women are coming out more forceful, more open, more, raring, I think the male counterparts also need to kind of lose the inhibitions and be more inclusive, right? I think so a lot of emphasis over the recent years has been on, shredding or shedding the biases at the women's end. But I think it's a holistic exercise wherein a lot of emphasis needs to be placed on the other aspect as well, right? Wherein you actually, because these are things which most of the male colleagues do not even realize, because they are these prejudices, they have been conditioned equally, right? So if they have to make somebody feel comfortable, they may have to make some, make things more natural for the other. I think that aspect is what now, and I completely appreciate that corporates are now focused on it, right? So I think at least in the urban setup, you're going to see a lot of change now, because I think women are far more forthcoming. It's now the other side, which needs to be a bit more inclusive and careful about how their actions are being perceived, and these are as instinctive to them as a lot of issues are instinctive to us, right? So it's only going to change by conditioning and awareness. So there is no right or wrong answer.
Yeah, that's right. I think that is what is happening. That's the change we are now seeing in the corporate world, where we are now talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, not only about gender diversity. Gitanjali, what do you have to say, about, women? Are they pressurizing themselves more? Is it the external pressure? Is it the combination of both?
So Sapna, I believe that I still don't think we are absolutely open. Yes, it has changed. We have come a long way, but we are still having this panel discussion, right? We're still having a discussion about women leaders. We are still a minority. We are still a certain, there are statistics which prove that a certain number of people women who start climbing the ladder, and by the time they reach on top, that number becomes very minuscule. Salaries, there are statistics which show that women on top are paid a certain percentage less than men on top doing exactly the same amount of work. So I think we still have a long way to go. I think our generation is the transition generation, and I think that's why we've all had it very difficult in terms of balancing also, because here's a generation which wants to break across to everybody saying, no, we are different, no, we should be treated at par with how men are being treated. Whereas our previous generation is not really open to hearing that, or is just about started hearing that. I think our next generation might have it a little easier as far as this balance is concerned, because we as mothers, I think rightly said by Ruchita, right, the men are who need to be conditioned, and who is going to do that? Us as parents, right? I have a son. I think it's my responsibility more today to ensure that he, as growing up, knows that he has to look at the other gender absolutely equally. Right. And I think we as working women will ensure that we do that, so that life becomes simpler for our gender going forward. So I think that's how it will evolve, and hopefully it keeps getting better with time.
That's right. You correctly said that we are still having these discussions about, women leaders, gender diversification in this thing, which means that, yes, we are on the right track. As Vinita said, that she had a little bit easy because the people she was working with still were more sensitized towards that, although she had her own prejudices and challenges to face. Every woman has to face, the balancing of this thing. And as Ruchita rightly said, it has to be, we need to start working on even sensitizing our male colleagues towards that, creating a level.
Sapna, I'll just add here, also the education system needs to change. I'm not sure if a lot of people remember, but there used to be a subject called home science, which used to be one of the majors for women in arts. Like they were kind of born
that class.
Yeah, they were born and told that you can pass your 10th and then get into college and take home science, which will teach you how to get married and have kids. And ironically, there was someone recently sent some creative which said that from 1970s or something, where there were classes on how women should be trained to get married and be post-marriage. So I think the education system also plays a very large role, and that has also changed largely, because I have never seen, I don't see home science as a subject anymore in anyone's graduation.
We have come a long way, thankfully, from there.
Which used to be, so yeah.
So thankfully we are a long way from there. And, as Gitanjali said, it is how we bring up the next generation. And looking at, we interact with a lot of young generation. We had a, earlier panel, some other event where we had the entire young generation, and all these young generation women professionals, they are very self-assured. They know what they want, how they want to do their career. I think leaders like you set the path for them, set an example, for them, opened their, the glass ceiling, broken the glass ceiling for them, and that is why they can aspire even more. I think there have been some great learnings from this panel. What Vinitha spoke about, just don't look at the cliches. Probably take the best out of what your male colleagues are doing, learn from that and create your own space. What Ruchita mentioned, let's think of our career as a long-term game and not try to fix everything that goes wrong. And what Gitanjali said, it is the second generation, the next generation that we have to, the boys and the men, that we have to start sensitizing towards women professionals in the corporate world. But looking at our leaders here, I think the future is bright, and probably next time we'll be having a conversation on some different topic next year. So thank you so much for all our women speakers, women leaders here, for talking about their experiences and takeaways so wholeheartedly and so candidly, sharing it with us. Thank you so much, Ruchita, for being here with us, Gitanjali and Vinitha, being part of this conversation.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Thank you, Sapna.
Thank you for
Thank you,
having
Realty
us.
Plus team. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Vinitha. Thanks, Ruchita.
Thanks,
Bye.
Gitanjali. Thanks, Gitanjali.
Bye.
Thanks, Ruchita.
That was
Bye.
one wonderful conversation we had with women leaders in the finance sector. We have another set of women leaders coming up who will be talking about leading the way, building diversity in facility management. So let me welcome our eminent speakers of this session. Ashwini Valwalkar, Country Head, Technique Control Facility Management, our first speaker of the day. Let me introduce Ashwini, who is a seasoned IFM professional with 3 decades of experience in the hospitality and service industry. She has been instrumental in driving global business strategies in India across her portfolios, and she also spearheads the firm to meet its DEI goals. Bharti Kamath, Managing Director, Carewell Facilities India Private Limited, our next speaker of this session. With the experience of more than 12 years across Taj Group and ITC Welcome Group of Hotels, Bharti finally stepped into the role of an entrepreneur, establishing Carewell Facilities. Proficient in the field of upkeep and maintenance, she has been associated with some of the major companies in various segments. Our next and final speaker of this session, let me introduce Tapsi Chakrabarti, Chief Executive Officer, Astute Outsourcing Services Private Limited. Tapsi, with experience of 14 years in the field of business management and operations, has reached excellence in managing the setup of new facilities. She's a member of Business Network International. She was also an executive board member of Indian Staffing Federation, as well as the regional chair for North chapter of ISF. So I welcome all my women leader speakers here on this session. My first question to you again, facility management, or housekeeping is considered something which is, as a pink collar job where you have more women. How did you reach the leadership level? Because even in facility management, we still do not see so many women leaders. Tapsi, starting from you, you have reached to the highest level of your organization. What was the journey like?
Thank you so much, Sapna. So choosing a career path, one of the most important thing as a person does the facility management, explore the wider world of the corporate career and attraction to the new client. Before this, my aim is to do something, social activities, like, related to unskilled people and promote them, give them work, train them, and professionally educated them, and motivate them to do something for our, for them, for their family, and for our society. So, so that's why I'm just join in facility management.
Okay, but how was your journey like? Rising.
I'm starting here. From 2005 after marriage. I'm from Calcutta, and not only the Calcutta, there is a village called Bishnupur. From Calcutta is 150 kilometer far away, right? And I'm coming here after my marriage in 2005, and after that, so many ups and downs keep going. I did some job, and but what happened that in my leadership, in my own thing, I just wanted to do something for people. I just wanted to do something for our society. So after doing some jobs and all ups and down, I just started start working as a facility management, and join Astute Outsourcing Services Private Limited, and just choosing this career and step by step, and just I reach here.
Okay, fantastic. So interesting journey from a small town to a big city, and then heading an organization. So that's very interesting. We'll come back to you to know more about that. But Ashwini, how did your we don't see a lot of women leaders or women leadership in facility management. You also had a very interesting journey rising from in the ranks. So how was your journey like?
So yeah, coming to facility management, I think I came into facility management, which that time nobody knew that there is something called as facility management. So I was in a very, I would say, in a comfortable, not comfortable, but in a very prestigious job of working with Taj. And I think Taj is one organization for most of the hoteliers, on this forum right now would say that, one of the dream jobs. And then I was called for something, which was a very prestigious institute again, which was very nearby to Mumbai, a place called as Lonavala, and they were coming up with a very prestigious state-of-art, I would say, a resort. And they were looking out for an executive housekeeper. And the company that approached me was into that time, this word of facility management was not there. It was called like a contract housekeeping. So it was very tough for me to take that decision. I'm sure, that time nobody was even in support of that decision with me, because they felt that, leaving a settled job like Taj with a Taj Group, Tata Group, and getting into something which nobody is aware of was tough. At the same time, what I felt is that why is that we have to look only at the property like which is only hotels. But now that we all know, I mean, to you is almost more than 2 decades back. Now it's well versed and people understand. So I think I never came consciously into facility management, but yes, later on it became a facility management.
Okay, so it was a gradual transition.
Transition.
What is now facility management was already there. I think the term has been coined now.
Yes.
Ms. Bharti, again, you from working with the various organizations, you are an entrepreneur now. So how did that journey happen?
Thank you, Sapna. How did I get into facility management I think it was a natural route. After having worked with the hotels for about 12 years with the Taj and the Welcome Group, I realized that how important it was, the aspect of this housekeeping, which has been termed differently today. And it was so different from the glamorous side of the business that we were in. And Ashwini will agree with me for that. But it played a very crucial role. And when I started almost 20 years ago, I think it was absolutely new, but I somehow had a gut feeling that there's huge potential in this. And that's how I got into this. It was very natural for me to move into this role. And that was a time when the multinationals were coming in and they were outsourcing all their non-core activities, and they were looking for people to provide service. And initially, I started off as a housekeeping service provider, but over a period of time now, Cabell has evolved into a multifaceted service provider, providing various types of support services in all segments, across all segments of industry. And I think I've not looked back. after that.
That's right. That's fantastic. But we were talking about in earlier sessions about prejudices, about challenges of being a woman professional. Things have changed a lot over the years. Tapsi, starting from you, what were the challenges you faced as a woman professional, as a female professional, especially when you're climbing the ladder towards leadership?
Lots of challenges. It's not so much easy to the started Kolkata, the Bishnupur to New Delhi. In terms of anything, I can say being a woman, I suffer a lot of challenges taken for granted. That time I have so much language problem, in not clear about Hindi, not clear about English. When I was doing client meeting, I cannot express myself. That how to express myself, I cannot actually express myself, that I'm coming from, for what reason actually, right? And there is again then trust issue is there, that if you are not making understand in front client, in that case the trust issue is there. So this is I have faced lots of challenges. In that time there is no internet in 2005, no Android phones, and the situation is not
And
like
as a woman, did you have to prove yourself more being a woman, going out for meetings? Did you have to prove yourself more?
Door to I did door to door sale actually, Encyclopedia Britannica, and I sell door to door in Delhi. So I lots of challenges I have faces in that time. But yes, I can again I can say that I accept all these challenges in the positive way. Whatever today I am, because of the that type of challenges we faced that time. So I can understand, I can rectify myself, and I again do something wrong thing. I did something wrong thing, again I get the experience, and now today I'm whatever I am. But sky is the limit. I have to go beyond
the learning curve. I think with challenges are also opportunities in disguise, as they say. Ashwini, did you, as a woman professional, did you have to face any prejudices, challenges in your career?
I think yes, and specific to facility management, I'm sure everyone faces their share of challenges, may it be a male or a female. But when it comes to a women into facility management, now things have changed, or rather, I would say, are changing. Not completely, I would say that they have changed, but in the beginning, it's all a very male-dominated area. Though it's housekeeping, where we say that like you rightly said in the beginning, it's like a pink-collar job. But yes, when you get into a corporate world, you still have a lot of men around you, and you have to keep proving yourself. So if you don't want to be somebody who's doing a desk job, or just sitting behind a computer or a laptop and working, you have to go out all there and stand equally with men. You have to have your share of struggles, and you have to keep proving yourself. The proving doesn't mean that it's something wrong. Everyone has to prove, male or female. I don't want to get into a gender biasness here, but for women it is, with that you have a lot of other things to be taken care of. So it's expected that still, if a marriage comes, then your first thing is you leave your work and first take care of your marriage or the new world that you're entering into. Or if you have a baby, then the first thing is you get on an extended leave, not the 3 months or now the 6 months. So that's an expectation from women. And then when you have to be in that same world and you want to prove yourself, definitely you have to put in a extra than what a man would do in this.
That's right. I think the challenges are equal for men and women in any profession, but I think the demands or the prioritization for a woman becomes different. As you said, you have to get married, so you prioritize that. You have a child, you prioritize that, and then you prioritize your career. But I think it's all about passion. I think if women want to do something, they just go ahead and do that. Is Bharti, again, as a woman professional, what was that biggest challenge that you had to face?
Well, in the initial stages, there were a lot of challenges. And I would say one of the biggest challenges was like certain aspects of working capital. About 20, 22 years ago, if you had to go to a bank, the approach was the way the banks looked at anybody asking for any funding was very different from what it is today. So I would say working capital, then client acquisition was also a huge challenge, because it's not that there was a gender bias, I would say, from my point of view, but then people would say, do you think a lady would be able to manage such a huge workforce? So you had to convince the client that we would deliver the same quality of service, or maybe even better than what a man would do. And there were also like government regulations and organizational procedures, which were all challenges at the initial stage. But once that had been set, I think it went fine. But founded more than 20 years ago, it was a very difficult time for a woman entrepreneur to get a very firm grounding and establish in an industry which was predominantly male dominated.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
Being a woman entrepreneur, I think it was even more difficult, as you mentioned, that banks looked at you differently, the clients looked at you differently, and it was a matter of convincing them. I think you just need to, I think, break those perceptions, those prejudices. That was one of the biggest challenges, as what Ms. Bharti has said. But how have the things changed? That was the time when you had started out. These were the challenges at that point of time. 20 years down the line, 15 years down the line, how have things changed? Tapsi, how has things changed now? For women professionals now, is it easier now for them to be part of our industry?
Yeah,
100%.
Please.
I strongly believe that there is nothing that can stop a woman today. There could be a bias here and there, but I think on the whole, people accept, and also people have realized that a woman can deliver maybe even better than what a man would do, because I think we are more committed. I don't say men are not committed, but I think the commitment level of a woman entrepreneur is far, far higher than I would say many of the others. And it's all the more because we definitely have to put in a lot of effort, because for the simple reason that we have to prove that we are no less than the male counterpart.
Right.
So that remains there even today to that extent. But I think things have changed. But the challenges are today in a different manner, where change has become inevitable with the new norms and how dynamic and fluid the situation is. And we have to keep changing and evolving and not stand by and watch something else go by.
I think it is more industry changes which are happening, a lot of uncertain times, a lot of new developments that have happened. But as you rightly said, that for women things are now much easier. People now realize even top managements are now changing. Tapsi, what is your outlook? How things have changed?
I'm very much agree with Bharti, because changing is happening, and the mindset of people are changing, right? So, and as well as the internet, social media, advertisement, government, the hastakshep, I can say, these all are the activities changing the mind today's scenario. But again, very rightly said Bharti, that the challenges is very different. I cannot say that there is no challenges. There is a challenges, but the different way the challenges is happening as of now. Again, we are the woman, we are the struggler, and definitely we are like Durga Roop. So we have to be managed in our home, we have to manage our office, we have to manage our society. So that is the way.
So women are, always considered good at multitasking, and then, the science says that women are better at multitasking. Ashwini, you heard both the speakers, and in fact, embassy, technique control facility management is part of that bigger group, and you yourself are driving gender diversity and women empowerment in your organization. What is the change you see in the newer lot of women professionals who are coming in? They are more self-assured, they are more confident. I think, women leaders like you have already set the path for them. What is the change that you are seeing?
So I feel I agree with both Bharti and Tapsi what they said, because I think the outlook has totally changed. Facility management, what it was maybe even 10 years ago, has completely changed. So it's a little, not little, a lot different now. There are various forums and educational knowledge also now through it's not only a hotel management that happens. Now there are courses on facility management. People know what this business is all about. Because when we were in those industry, nobody knew what a facility management was. It was broadly called as housekeeping or a maintenance sort of a role. So people never thought of having careers here. And I think because of these various forums that happen now, people are aware, ladies are aware, female think that there can be a career on those. And I think if we have more forums like this, if we keep addressing people, if there is a curriculum in the colleges also, because this is not only something which is more of an hygiene, more than only a career. So, and post COVID, I think this has become totally a different outlook of a facility management. I think it has become now more technology driven. It's not only called as housekeeping or a technical services, but a lot more. So I think the avenues are bigger for women now, and I can see that change happening at all levels, not only at the leadership, but right from the bottom level, people looking at this as a career option.
Okay, that's great. I think facility management now, I think the only thing we need in facility management, we see more women in the soft services side of facility management, not the hard services. I think we need more engineering graduates coming in, women engineers joining this sector. That is where I think we can have more of them. Now, my one question to all of you is, what drives you every day to work? What makes you get up in the morning and go to work? Tapsi, what drives you every day? To work?
So life is not easy, and to go, sometimes it's never change and get the answer right time. So for my personal opinion, I firmly believe Srimad Bhagavad Gita, and I get all the answer from Srimad Bhagavad Gita, whatever the challenges getting as of now. I feel in this situation, in business, in my personal life, I'm the Arjun, and I just read the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, and I got all the answer on it, right? So you have to be keep reading good things, you have to be keep doing good things, and you have to be keep learning. And definitely the patience is there, because we all are suffering last 2 years from COVID-19. Situation was very bad, but again I can say we get something something good thing from God, Ashirwad from God. So this is, I think,
that's fantastic. I think every day it's a new battle to be won. I think that is what Tapsi is saying. Ashwini, what drives you every day to work?
So I'm sorry, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So for me, it is that I think all the career that I have worked, or all the different roles that I have done, have been always challenging, and I have tried to come out of my comfort zone and work. So coming out of that comfort zone and challenging challenges to face every day, and I'm sure my colleagues on this panel will agree, is that in facility management every day is a different challenge, and there are challenges every day. So that's one. So the challenges actually, give me a kick to come out of my bed and work and go towards the work. But the second also important is for the organization right now that I'm working is 9,000 plus employees. And we have a very high vision of making it 50,000 plus employees. But I think the 9,000 plus also, when I look at it, we are not giving them just jobs, we are giving them a career. We want them to grow in their career. So there's a lot of social impact that we are driving. And it's not about that, we work with a very lowest strata of the people in the country. So giving them jobs, okay, where so much of high unemployment is there, running the family, if I say on an average, if a family has 3 to 4 people, we are talking about touching lives of around maybe 27,000-30,000 people in a day, which is a big social impact. So I think that's a way I look at my job, and that's a passion for me.
So that responsibility of those 9,000 workforce and their families is something that makes you, drive to work, face new challenges every day, because those are the people you are responsible for. So that's a very nice thought. Bharti, I'm sure, you know, you are running your organization. You every day you get up, you know, do something new, take that, you know, organization even further. But what is that one thing that drives you every morning?
There are majorly two things. One is learning is my biggest driving force. It happens every day. Secondly, the very fact that one makes a multifold impact on which is a very high level driver for me in my entrepreneurial role. Like Ashwini said, we do impact a lot of people, and that makes a huge difference. The very fact that when you have around 50% of the staff who are at a grassroots level, you take them on, they have no experience, they have no exposure, you take them on, skill them, train them, and ensure that they get a decent monthly income, makes a huge difference. And I think from that perspective, we are truly transforming the lives of the underprivileged. And I think that's a huge driving force for me.
I think that becomes like your second family. You know, you feel responsible that this is also my family, you know, for whom I'm responsible and I have to take care. And for Bharti, it's every day is a new learning and you are always looking out for a new learning every day. So that's a very nice, you know, conversation that we had now, you know, from each of our speaker. That one advice that you would like to give to the younger generation. Tapsi, again, starting from you, what that one advice that you will give to younger generation?
Okay, so COVID-19, the biggest learning lesson the world and I learned about these things. And again, I say that the one quote, Karmanne Vasudeva Ma Kaleshu Kadachana. Matlab, you have to do your work, right? Whatever happened, right? So for younger generation, you have to do your work, keep patience. You don't have in your hand everything, right? So keep trying and trying. As Ashwini said, yes, we have a very you know, I can say you know, big responsibility in our hand, because I have more than 10,000 manpower, Ashwini have more than 9,000 manpower, and they have all their responsibility, their family responsibility, they are, you know, for in our hand, in our head. So you have to do your best. Rest, keep it, you know, on God.
Yeah. So what Tapsi's advice is to be patient and take failures with successes and just continue to do what you're supposed to do. Ashwini, what is your advice for the younger generation of women leaders, the future leaders?
Sure. So I think I would say not one, but you know, I'll just break it into two, three. So first, a very important thing is that there are no shortcuts to hard work and to the success. So the younger generation now that we see, you know, they want to see the results fast, but yeah, you need to have patience. It will come through. Second would be, you know, passion. Work with your all passion that you have. If you have to excel, you know, just focus on doing what you are doing and do the best that you can, instead of, you know, looking at what will be the outcome. If you focus on what you're doing currently in the best way, I think you'll do great. Third, and the most important thing is, I think now things are in a better shape. You know, the struggle for women is not on the equality part. So when we are talking here about equality, and when you want to come and show the world that, you know, you are not different, okay, from men, you want all the privileges that a man drives or the positions that the man has, then I think you should not be looking at, you know, talking about the flexi timings and, you know, how could it be a softer for female, or can it be, you know, lesser working hours? I think no. If we have to run this race, I think we should run on equality and not looking at those benefits. So I think if these two, three things they take care of, I'm sure the success is guaranteed.
I think what Ashwini is saying is passion, patience, and parity. So parity, when we are talking about, it has to be parity, you know, pay parity, work parity, and, you know, everything. You know, it has to be a level playing field for all, whether you are a man or a woman. So that is what Ashwini's advice to the younger generation is: don't be impatient and have passion. Bharti, what is your one word of advice for the younger generation?
What I would say is, never say die. You have to try. And the minute if you don't try, you will always regret. And there are so many opportunities compared to what we had. And the younger generation have that opportunity, but they also have their own challenges which have to be met in today's fluid situation. So do not be stuck in a ground. Get moving, change, and meet this dynamic change that is happening all the time. But in the process, one guiding principle that they should not forget is resilience. It should be their guiding principle. Whenever you start something, if you're not resilient, you will break down very soon.
Right.
So that's something that's extremely important, and I strongly believe in that. And lastly, I would say to every entrepreneur, youngsters who want to come up, you have a vision, go after it.
Right.
Don't allow it to let go of it after a short while. Pursue that vision, because you have such a huge supporting system which was missing at the time when we started or when I started.
Right, right.
The opportunities are great. You have a huge support system, and I think they should go ahead.
Right. So what Ms. Bharti is saying, that for younger generation, the good part is they have their opportunities. They have the support system, much better support system. They need to have a goal. They need to consistently work towards it, and be resilient, and let not fall through what you have set for yourself. So that is what Ms. Bharti's message for our younger generation of women leaders is. But thank you so much. I think we learned a lot from your own journeys and experiences, pretty tough experiences, pretty challenging journeys. But that kind of, looking at the women leaders today here with us and even the earlier ones, I think, we are on the right track. Women professionals are on the right track. For the younger generation, they have opened up a lot of avenues. So thank you so much to our women leaders for being here with us, sharing their experiences. And as Ashwini said, maybe next time we'll be talking about even bigger, the path has been set, things are changing, and probably next time we'll be talking about something bigger for women, in
exactly, Sapna. And might be next time we will, talk with not virtually, physically.
Yes, of course.
Right?
We will definitely be in touch. On ground event, we will be talking about these topics and probably much more. But thank you so much for being here with us today, joining here, on our virtual platform. Tapsi, thank you for sharing your views. Ashwini, thank you for sharing your perspective, and Bharti for being here with us, giving us your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All
Thanks a lot, Ashwini, Bharti, and Sapna, and whole reality team. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sapna.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for that wonderful conversation. It was indeed fantastic to know about your journey as entrepreneurs, as innovators, and motivations that you had to create the history in your segment. So with that, we come to the fantastic ending of this conclave. Thank you to all our speakers of this edition of Realty Plus Woman Icon Conclave, making it so enriching, interesting, and not to mention very inspiring. And thanks to the awesome audience as well for being here with us today and sharing their queries. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the much awaited segment of the evening. Let me hand it over to our lovely host, Bhavna Bhatia, to take us through the glittering evening of Realty Plus Woman Icon Awards 2022. Bhavna, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sapna. And absolutely, those were indeed some very interesting conversations that we heard today. And what a fantastic job done by Sapna in curating, moderating, and executing the event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and I welcome you all to the second edition of the Realty Plus Women Icon Awards 2022. Well, today it's going to be a dazzling evening of felicitation and acknowledgement. And let me tell you that the event is being live streamed on Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, and Realty Plus Facebook page, which goes by @RPRealtyPlus, and Realty Plus LinkedIn page as well. Do remember to tag us. Our social media handles go by @RPRealtyPlus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. And before we begin with the awards ceremony, let's take a look at the brief introduction of what Realty Plus is all about.
Some people are born to show the world. which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 17 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus and we lead the way.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are Realty Plus and we truly lead the way. Well, dear all, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, the publisher and business head of Realty Plus, to know more about the Realty Plus publication and its products. We also take this opportunity to thank our organization for its support. The business media partner being BW, Business World Media Group, online media partner exchangeformedia.com, and organized by Team Realty Plus. Well, with this, let's begin with the celebration with a very motivating address from none other than the media mogul of India, Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media Group and Business World Media Group. Well, Dr. Anurag Batra is a serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. After acquiring the iconic business media and magazine brand Business World, Dr. Batra has expanded BW Business World into digital events and BW communities. With this, I'd now like to have him on the screen. Over to you, Dr. Batra. So while he's unable to right now join us currently due to a technical issue, but I'm sure his words go a long way. Thank you for that, Dr. Batra, for sending in your wishes to all the winners and of course, everyone viewing us today. An absolute iconic personality out there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note of positivity, let's add the festivity of triumph. Dear friends, we present to you the winners of Realty Plus Women Icon Awards 2022. Well, I know we're doing it virtually, but I'd request all of you to give in as much cheer and jeer for everyone who's going to be on the screen today, because it's going to be that one integral moment of their life that they won't really forget. But before that, let's understand what our eminent jury members have to say about these awards. So could we have now the jury, AV?
Hello everyone, I'm Thirumal Govindraj, Senior Managing Director and member of the Executive Board, RMZ Corp. I'm glad to be part of the jury panel for the second Realty Plus Women Icon Awards 2022 to honor women change makers in real estate. Realty Plus is a reputed platform to recognize and applaud the real estate sector.
Well, friends, this is what our eminent jury members had to say. And firstly, congratulations to all of you who are going to be joining us shortly on the screen. The Realty Plus Women Icon Awards 2022 is going to be presented to the most accomplished of the women leaders in their respective sectors. So before I invite the winners on the stage, I'd just like to request all the winners to remain live with us till the very end of the ceremony for a group photograph, as that's going to be a memory you'd love to take back. And of course, do remember to tag us in all your lovely winning shots. Well, with this, it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to begin with the Realty Plus Women Icon Awards 2022. Could we have the first winner?
The second Realty Plus Women Icon Awards 2022 felicitates the extraordinary contribution of women changemakers in real estate across categories of the industry. The mission is to honor women for their merit, expertise, and experience and spotlight their meaningful contributions to the sector. This second edition received overwhelming participation, a testament to the strength and enthusiasm of women achievers in the real estate sector. Each of the nominees made it to the jury selection rounds because of their standout entries, showcasing their dedication and dynamism. Making it as a nominee of the Realty Plus Women Icon Awards is a commendable feat in itself. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we begin with our first category of the evening. We start with an inspiring category called Women Young Achievers. Let's see which young women leaders are making a difference in the real estate sector. And the award goes to Harshika Patel, Executive Director, Sun Builders Group, and Richa Pathak Purohit, Corporate Legal Counsel, Lawson & Toubro Limited, and Samidha Pathak, R&D Manager, Nuvoco Vistas Corp Limited, and Yukti Nagpal, Director, Gulshan Group.
Wow, heartiest congratulations to all the winners of the Women Young Achievers. First up, I'd like to now call upon the screen Harshika Patel, the Executive Director, Sun Builders Group. Harshika, congratulations. We'd love to hear from you.
Please switch on that, no? Charge.
Harshika, can you hear us? Yes, I can see you now, Harshika. Would you like to unmute yourself? Hi, congratulations. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So how does it feel, Harshika? Just if you'd like to say anything on the screen.
I'm really honored for this award. Really thankful to Women Icon Awards.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Harshika. Well, with this, I'd now like to invite Richa Pathak Purohit, Corporate Legal Counsel, Larsen & Toubro Limited. Richa, heartiest congratulations. We'd like to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bhavna. And a big thank you for giving me the opportunity to Dr. Batra, Sapna, Tripti, Monisha. You people did a great job. Before this Women Icon Award, there was this conclave regarding the expectation and realities and the trends in the real estate space. And that was again a very interesting and engaging session wherein I was one of the panelists. So I had a wonderful time, and I am a part of the Realty Plus WICA Award and Conclave since afternoon. I had a very good time, and thank you for the recognition. And it's my privilege to be honored with the Youngest Women Achiever Award. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Richa, on that, and heartiest congratulations.
Thank you.
With this, I'd like to now invite Samida Pathak, R&D Manager, Moco Vistas Corp Limited. Samida, heartiest congratulations. We'd like to hear from you. Hi, Samida, if you can hear me. Well, I could see her briefly for a moment on the video, but I believe she's, yeah, can you hear me now? I think some technical issue. Yeah, Samida, I think there's a network issue. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What about you?
Okay, perfect. Yes, now we can hear you. We'd like to hear from you.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody, and thanks for the recognition. And I really feel great to be a part of this beautiful evening wherein women power is being recognized and taken to a greater new heights with times ahead. Reality is a male-dominated sector. This has really become a myth now because women indeed have come forward and they're breaking all the barriers one by one. And special thanks to Reality Plus for identifying the talents, honoring them, so that it gives an inspiration for the upcoming generations to join this field and make some paradigm shifts. I'll also be grateful to my family, my organization for being my constant support throughout. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Samida, for that. Well, with this, I'd like to now invite on the screen Yukti Nagpal, Director, Gulshan Group. Yukti, heartiest congratulations. We'd like to now hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the greatest honor. And I've been a part of the Realty family for a long time, and you guys are doing a fabulous job, motivating the entire country and more women to join this field. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful for this recognition.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Yukti, on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time for us to move ahead to our next category, which is Women Achievers in Marketing. Let's find out.
Marketing is the bridge between a brand and its customers, and a role that has become increasingly important in our times. Our next category is for Women Achievers in Marketing, and the award goes to Malvika Chandra, Deputy General Manager, Marketing, Larsen & Toubro Limited, Realty Division, and Megha Agarwal, Head of Brand and Marketing, We Work India Management Private Limited, and Pancham Lilane, Chief Marketing Officer, Ronwal.
Wow, great to see so many leaders out there. Well, first up for the Women Achievers in Marketing, our first winner, Malvika Chandra, Deputy General Manager, Marketing, Larsen & Toubro Limited, Realty Division. Malvika, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Thank you, Realty Plus, for this honor, and the jury members as well. And it's a privilege to be here on this stage today with the other shining stars, the women achievers in the real estate sector. And, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all my seniors and my juniors who have contributed to my growth in my professional journey so far. And I am what I am because of them today. And also, I would like, last not the least, I would like to thank the management and the marketing team at L&T Realty for giving me a platform for, showcasing and building a lot of noteworthy and remarkable marketing work. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Malvika, on that. Well, with this, I'd now like to invite on the screen Megha Agarwal, Head of Brand and Marketing, WeWork India Management Private Limited. Megha, heartiest congratulations. We'd now like to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna, and thank you so much to the Realty Plus team for the recognition. This is indeed a really big honor. I would like to take this opportunity to give a huge shout out to some of the key people in my life who have been instrumental to my journey. I would start, and this might seem very emotional, but I think my parents first have always made me believe that there is nothing that women cannot achieve and I cannot achieve. My husband, who's been a rock solid support and a true partner through both my personal and professional life, and it's extremely important for women to have the support. Lastly, and most importantly, my fabulous team at WeWork India, who takes up every audacious goal that I set up as a challenge and delivers every single time with passion. Congratulations to all my fellow women leaders, and let's continue shining and let's keep breaking barriers. Thank you, Realty Plus, again, for recognizing the contribution of all the women leaders out there. Keep shining and more power to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Megha, for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd now like to invite on the screen Pancham Dilane, Chief Marketing Officer, Runwal, to kindly join us. Pancham, heartiest congratulations.
Thank you so much, Bhavna, and good evening to everybody. I'd really like to say thank you to the Realty Plus platform and all the esteemed jury members. Just wanted to say that it is really nice that Realty Plus has made this platform which motivates so many women across the country. Also, I would like to take this moment to say thank you to my seniors, my team, and my colleagues and peers. My journey wouldn't have been any journey without them. So thank you to all of them. And thank you to Realty Plus.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pancham, on that note of positivity and motivation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving ahead to a next category, which is of extreme importance, which is Women Achievers in PR and Corporate Communications. Let's find out the winners.
Sending the right messages to the right place and the right people is critical for the success of any business. Next up is the key category of Women Achievers in PR and Corpcom. And the award goes to Anita Sharma, Vice President, Corporate Communications and PR, SmartWorks Co-working Spaces Private Limited. And Miriam Makwana, Head, Corporate Communications, Brigade Group. And Tehseen Chauhan, Assistant General Manager, Corporate Communications, Kalpataru Limited.
Well, it's time to honor and call upon our winners on the screen. First up, Anita Sharma, Vice President, Corporate Communications and PR, SmartWorks Co-working Spaces Private Limited. Anita, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna, and good evening to all. I'm extremely honored to be receiving this recognition, Bhavna, and I think I'd like to thank Realty Plus and esteemed jury members for this recognition. A big shout out to Realty Plus for organizing this Women Icon Award and celebrating a constellation of women achievers. So I wish them all the best for the future editions, and thank you once again.
Thank you, Anita, on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to call upon the screen Miriam Makwana, the Head, Corporate Communications Brigade Group. Miriam, thank you so much. We'd now like to have you on the screen. Over to you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So firstly, thank you, Realty Plus and the jury for choosing me. And this recognition is amazing. It's very encouraging and motivating at this point. It's obviously been quite a journey along the way of over 20 years. And of course, I couldn't have done this without some great mentors and bosses and managers along the way. And of course, and most importantly, the team. So thank you very much. And that's all. Thank you.
Kudos to you and your entire team. Well, with this, it's time for me to call upon Tehseen Chauhan, Assistant General Manager, Corporate Communications, Kalpataru Limited. Tehseen, heartiest congratulations.
Thank you, Bhavna.
Pleasure. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you for this prestigious award indeed. It is an honor to have received an award in this particular industry, which I feel is currently so male dominated, and that there's a lot of scope for room for women to leave a mark in this industry too.
Awards like these prove that if you can create value for society, deliver meaningful products to your customers, the market will recognize your contributions and reward you for them accordingly. As they say, success is never reached alone. I think this stands especially true for the women today, who are supported by families and by co-workers to leave a mark in our respective fields. It's so good to see more of such awards coming up, where the contribution of women across industries is now being acknowledged and highlighted on such a large scale. Once again, a big thank you to the entire team of Realty Plus, Exchange for Media, Dr. Patra, Sapna, Tripti, and you, of course, Bhavna. And a big congratulations to all the winners too.
Thank you, Tehseen, and of course, kudos to the entire team for pulling this off and honoring all the women in their respective fields. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, let's move ahead to the next category, Women Achievers in Residential Realty. Let's find out the winners.
Residential Realty makes home buying dreams come true. Helping bring life to these dreams are top performing winners in the category of Women Achievers in Residential Realty. And the award goes to Anjana Sastry, Director, Marketing, Sterling Developers. And Bhavna Mordani Nair, Head, Sales and CRM, Sky City by Oberoi Realty.
Well, with this, it is time to honor the Women Achievers in Residential Realty. First up, I'd now like to call upon Anjana Sastry, the Director Marketing, Sterling Developers, to kindly join us. Anjana, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you. Anjana, I believe I can't hear you. Is your audio connected? Could anyone from the team confirm if you can hear Anjana? I'm not able to hear her. Are you on mute by any chance, Anjana? No, I don't think so. All right, Anjana, I believe we'll have to we'll try and call you back, Anjana. We can see you, but we can't hear you. Apologies. With that technical issue, but I'd not bring a break in our celebration. We'd now like to call upon Bhavna Mordani Nair, the Head Sales and CRM, Sky City by Oberoi Realty. Bhavna, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you now.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Realty Plus and esteemed jury members. I really feel honored. I would like to thank my family for the constant support and motivation. And honestly, I consider myself to be lucky to be part of Oberoi Realty, an organization who strongly believes and practices diversity, inclusiveness, and equality. Most importantly, my boss, Mr. Vikas Oberoi, who has always believed in me by giving me different challenges within the organization. So thank you so much.
Perfect. With this, I believe Anjana tried to join us back.
Yes.
Yes, I can
Can
hear
you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Realty Plus, for this honor. It is indeed a great honor to be appreciated for what you do. And I think all the winners today, we're the reason India is changing and developing. So kudos to all of you. I'd like to thank the entire team at Sterling for doing what they do every day and empowering more women. Thank you so much, Realty Plus.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anjana. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to move ahead to the Women Achievers in Commercial Realty. Let's find out the winners.
Commercial Realty is a highly specialized profession where every deal must yield the most profitable results. Our savvy professionals are just doing that. In the category of Women Achievers in Commercial Realty, we have 6 inspiring women achievers, and the award goes to Archana Pushkarna, Associate Director, Occupier Strategy and Services, Knight Frank India Private Limited. And Hemavati V, General Manager, Sales and Leasing, Commercial, Brigade Group. And Kim Lewis, Director Asset Management, RMZ Corp. And Lakshmi Ramesh, Associate Director, Occupier Strategy and Solutions, Knight Frank India Private Limited. And Prachi Punamia, Senior Manager Tenant Advisory Group, Cushman & Wakefield Mumbai, Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited. And Suchitra R, Director, Tenant Representation, Chennai, Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited.
Wow, certain categories, there's so much of great women who are doing incredible work. And this is one such category, Women Achievers in Commercial Realty, 6 inspiring women achievers. Well, first up, I'd now like to call upon, with the humblest round of applause, Archana Pushkarna, the Associate Director, Occupier Strategy and Services, Knight Frank India Private Limited. Archana, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Bhavna, and a very good evening to all of you all. To begin with, would really like to thank Realty Plus for giving us or giving all of us this platform and acknowledging the efforts and footholding of women in the real estate industry. And while I'm at it, would also like to thank all my mentors, my colleagues, my family, of course, and my special girl gang who are constantly motivating me to reach here. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. On that note, I'd now like to call upon Hemavati V, General Manager, Sales and Leasing, Commercial Brigade Group. Hemavati, congratulations.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Realty Plus. I'm really honored and happy to receive this award. Especially, I thank for my organization for nominating me under this category. To our Special Executive Director, Nirupa Shankar, I would like to thank for nominating me to this award. And I love to see 6 people in this category. Happy to know. And congratulations to all the women achievers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On that note, I'd now like to call upon Kim Lewis, Director, Asset Management, RMZ Corp. Kim, heartiest congratulations.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Realty Plus, for creating this platform of recognition for outstanding women in the field of real estate in India. It's truly an honor to be recognized alongside all this brilliant talent from our industry. And thank you to RMZ Corp, my organization, for your progressive thinking and inclusive culture, and for the numerous opportunities that have been entrusted to me over the years, and for focusing on capability and talent above all else. Thank you.
Thank you. Heartiest congratulations on that. Well, with this, I'd now like to call upon Lakshmi Ramesh, Associate Director, Occupier Strategy and Solutions, Knight Frank India Private Limited. Lakshmi, heartiest congratulations. Lakshmi, I believe you're still on mute. Yeah, perfect.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to thank Knight Frank for nominating me and thinking of me and believing me unendingly. I'd like to thank Realty Plus. I think you guys are amazing to recognize women talent. I'd like to thank my family. I have 2 beautiful children, a husband, parents, in-laws. Without you, I would not know and be where I am today. A message to all of the women out there: continue dreaming, stay dreaming. Never lose belief in your dreams, because at some point in time, it always comes true. Thank you so much. And a hearty congratulations to all the other women. You guys are amazing. And thank you so much for making our industry so beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, with this, I'm going to be calling upon Prachi Punamia, the Senior Manager, Tenant Advisory Group from Cushman & Wakefield, Mumbai, representing the Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited. Prachi, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this incredible award, Realty Plus. Truly honored to receive it on this forum and share the space with all the amazing women out here. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank my husband, who has been a support system through and through, my family and my organization, Cushman & Wakefield. Big kudos to everybody. And thank you so much, Realty Plus, again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much on that note, Prachi. Thank you for that. Well, with this, I'd now like to call upon, from the same company, Suchitra, our Director, Tenant Representation, Chennai, Cushman & Wakefield, India Private Limited. Suchitra, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Realty Plus. It's such an honor to be receiving this award. And it's been quite a journey in real estate, though it's one amongst in my career stint, but it's been exciting throughout. And I guess this is time for me to really thank my, probably the leader of the city, Mr. Sridhar Srinivasan, who's been my mentor throughout in this industry. Our CEO, Mr. Anshul Jain, who's given this opportunity and confidence. And it's been quite a journey in the last 5 years. And I'm truly excited to be part of this industry. My heartiest congratulations to everyone who has won the award. And it's so lovely to see all the wonderful women achievers in this evening. And thank you so much, Realty Plus.
Thank you so much, Suchitra. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, after residential and commercial realty, it is time to find out the women achievers in retail realty. Let's find out the winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next winner has emerged as the top performer in the category of Women Achievers in Retail Realty. And the award goes to Apurva Deshpande, Assistant Vice President, Retail Services, Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited. And Manpreet Kaur Thin, Manager, Retail Services, Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited.
Wow, some great wins out there. Women Achievers in Retail Realty. First up, Apurva Deshpande, Associate Vice President, Retail Services, Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited. Apurva, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. Extremely elated and excited to be one of the winners of the Women Icon Conclave Awards. Extremely thankful to my family, my husband, my colleagues, my fellow colleague Manpreet, who also won the award with me, an extremely beautiful journey that we've had together over the years. This has always been an honor, and I would like to thank all the strong women out there who are at it every day, growing stronger together. Kudos to everybody, and thank you to Realty Plus and the jury for this award.
Well, thank you so much, Apurva. And on that cue, as she rightly spoke, that there's Manpreet Kaur Thind, Manager Retail Services, Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited, who's also won in the Women Achievers in Retail Realty. Heartiest congratulations, Manpreet. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. Thank you. I would like to thank Realty Plus and the esteemed jury for this lovely award. It is an honor to receive this award. And I would also like to thank my organization, Cushman & Wakefield, and obviously, as Apurva mentioned, both of us are winning the award, and it's a great honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and heartiest congratulations. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead to the next category, Women Achievers in Organizational Sales.
Sales is still the most important role in every business. Next up is the category of Women Achievers in Organizational Sales. And the award goes to Ashwini Sumant, Head, Real Estate Strategy and Marketing, Bagmane Developers Private Limited. And Dr. Renu Singh, President, Sales and Marketing, Space Group. And Sheetal Reddy, Senior Associate Director, Tenant Advisory, Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited. And Sunaina Kohli, Head, Sales and Marketing, Phoenix Mills Limited.
Well, so incredible to see such great leaders who are going to be joining us on screen. Women Achievers in Organizational Sales. First up, Ashwini Sumant, Head, Real Estate Strategy and Marketing, Bagman Developers Private Limited. Ashwini, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you. Do we have Ashwini with us right now? All right, she's not joining us currently, but Ashwini, heartiest congratulations. With this, I'd now like to call upon the screen Dr. Renu Singh, President, Sales and Marketing, Space Group.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Bhavna. Very good evening to everyone. Thank you, Tripti. Thank you, Reality Plus team, for creating this platform for recognizing the women in real estate. And I would like to thank the entire jury on board for considering my name for this award, and would like to thank my colleagues, my family, my organization that I represent, who have supported me a lot for this. And I would like to congratulate all the awardees who have been awarded today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Renu. Well, with this, I'd now like to call upon Sheetal Reddy, Senior Associate Director, Tenant Advisory, Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited. Sheetal, we'd love to hear from you now. Sheetal, I believe you're on mute.
Am I audible?
Yes, now you are. Please.
Thank you very much, Bhavna. Thank you to the jury for selecting and giving this honor. Thank you to my family, my organization, my colleagues, the co-workers who have been working with me for so long and supporting me. And congratulations to all the women here. It just proves that in reality sector, when there are less number of women working, these kind of platform really encourages newer generation to add value to this particular sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to call upon Sunena Kohli, Head Sales and Marketing, Phoenix Mills Limited. Sunena?
Hey, hi, Bhavna. Hello, everyone. Thanks, Bhavna, for your kind words. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Realty Plus and Exchange for Media Group for organizing the Women Icon Conclave and Excellence Awards 2022. Well, such initiatives by Exchange for Media Group, it motivates and encourages women to come forward and demonstrate their skills and abilities. I truly feel honored to receive this award, and I would like to thank the jury for bestowing me with this prestigious honor. I also would like to congratulate who have received these awards tonight, and also the women who are nominated. I mean, you truly are the winners as well. I'm here receiving this prestigious award today on behalf of my mentors, my colleagues, my family, and my organization who have encouraged me and motivated me always. Having worked in real estate for about 23 years, I've seen many a change, especially for women. I congratulate the real estate industry for encouraging and promoting women to take leadership positions. I work for Phoenix Mills and head their sales and marketing for the real estate vertical. And I take pride in saying that Phoenix Group is one such organization that looks for merit and gives opportunities for women in the leadership roles. Congratulations once again, and thank you for acknowledging my effort, and we'll continue to strive towards bringing such a positive change in the industry and empowering other women. Thank you and good night.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sunena. And on that encouraging note, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring to your notice that Realty Plus celebrates its 18th anniversary today. So kudos to the Realty Plus group. Let's give them our applause from our side. Wherever you're sitting and watching, let's applaud them. As we embark on the 19th year, we also thank our esteemed readers, partners, and associates for your trust and support to us. We, of course, look forward to continuing our relationship with you and serving you better. To generate the right exposure within the real estate industry, keep an eye out for this fantastic upcoming publication with our new initiative and opportunities in store, and of course, collaborate with us. For any advertising or collaboration, the person you need to reach out is Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head. And the credentials being mentioned, tripti@exchangeformedia.com. An extremely simple email ID out there. Of course, I'll again like to give a kudos to the Realty Plus team on celebrating the 18th anniversary today. Well, wow, this is so great. Women leading the way. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead to our next category, Women Achievers in Property Consultant.
In male-dominated spaces, women are emerging as equal partners and performing excellently with their inherent dynamism and expertise. In the category of Women Achievers in Property Consultant, we have the following deserving award winners. And the award goes to Nai Munisa Khan, Principal Consultant, Advisory Services, Knight Frank India Private Limited. And Syamala Vashist, Senior Associate Director, Cushman & Wakefield India Private Limited. And Toshi Mittal, Vice President, Advisory Services, Knight Frank India Private Limited.
Well, this is so great. We're moving ahead to the next category, which is Women Achievers in Property Consultant. We've got our incredible winners. First up, I'd now like to call upon screen Nai Munisa Khan, Principal Consultant, Advisory Services, Knight Frank India Private Limited. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. I'm really grateful to Realty Plus and all the jury members for bestowing me this honor and recognizing my efforts. And I'd like to take this moment to thank all those amazing souls that have constantly supported me right from my journey from Kulin Kapari and Associates to my colleagues in Lydes Forest, to my mentors, to my colleagues at Space Matrix, and obviously my loving family at Knight Frank. And I think I owe this award to all of you guys. Thank you for believing in me. Thanks once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Well, on this note, I'd now like to extend a warm invite to Syamala Vashish, the Senior Associate Director, Cushman and Wakefield India Private Limited. Syamala, over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna, and good evening to everyone. Congratulations to all the winners. While we all try and do our little bit, it definitely makes a great difference in an industry which is quite male dominated. I would like to really thank, as I feel honored to have received this award, I would like to thank Realty Plus, the jurors and the jury to have selected me for this prestigious award. I would also take this opportunity to thank the dynamic leadership at Cushman and Wakefield, who believe in diversity and have promoted women leaders over the years. And considering I have spent more than 15 years in the industry, I really understand, when organizations take that big leap of faith with women leaders, and that really transforms the way how an industry works, how an organization works. While I'm the face right now to receive this award, this is definitely not possible without all the guidance which I've received from my mentors and the constant support from my team. I would definitely dedicate this award to my family, my parents, my husband, and my son, who has always been a strong believer. And without the love and support, this journey wouldn't have been any easy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Well, with this, I'd now like to extend a warm invite to Toshi Mittal, Vice President, Advisory Services, Knight Frank India Private Limited. Toshi, over to you.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Bhavna, and thank you so much to Realty Plus and eminent jury for selecting me for this award. I would also like to thank my organization, Knight Frank India, who have always, and all my seniors in Knight Frank, all the peers, colleagues, and my team who have always encouraged me, supported me. And a big shout out to all the women who have won this award today with me. Many congratulations and a big thank you.
Thank you. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead to the next award category. Winner, Ravi, please.
Moving forward, the next award category is for Women Achievers in Legal Practice, and the award goes to Hiranmai Ralabandi, General Counsel, We Work India Management Private Limited, and Tejasri Manoj Khamkar, Deputy General Manager, Legal, Larsen & Toubro Limited, Realty Division.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, under Women Achievers in Legal Practice, first up, I'd now like to extend a warm invite to Hiranmai Ralabandi, the General Counsel, We Work India Management Private Limited. Hiranmai, over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna, and I'm really honored and excited to receive this excellence award. And I'd like to thank the Realty Plus, the Exchange for Media Group, and all the eminent jury who bestowed me with this award. And I believe this really motivates and encourages all women across all fields, not just the reality field, to follow their unbridled ambition to make a difference to this world and to put their mark there. And to this effect, I'd also like to give a huge shout out to my team at WeWork, who have constantly supported me in every decision I've made, who blindly trusted me with their interests. And I think this would not have been possible to say that it's my family who's been the wind beneath my wings, my husband, my children, my in-laws, and my parents who've always support me. And this support for every woman is necessary at the house, because how much ever your organizations don't support you or support you, if you don't get the support from your family, because everything starts at home, nothing is going to be possible. So thank you. And also, finally, I'd like to congratulate each and every winner here and those who've been nominated as well. They've made a huge difference to all of us here. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, with this, I'd now like to extend a warm invite to Tejasri Manoj Khamkar, the Deputy General Manager, Legal, Larsen & Toubro Limited, Realty Division. Tejasri? Tejasri, I believe you're on mute. I can't hear you. Yeah?
Yeah. Audible? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Bhavna. I'm extremely honored and I really feel privileged to receive this award. I'm highly grateful to Realty Plus and the jury members for this recognition. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my family, my team members, my seniors, and the entire L&T Realty family for always showing their trust and their extending their support to me. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this and continuing the celebration, let's move ahead to our next category. Winner AV, please.
Design is such an integral part of any real estate project. We have the deserving winners in the category of Women Achievers in Interior Design. And the award goes to Meena Murthy Kakkar, Design Head and Partner in Visage. And Swathi PS, CEO, Storyboard Design.
Well, under the category of Women Achievers in Interior Design, ladies and gentlemen, first up, a warm invite to Meena Murthy Kakkar, Design Head and Partner in Visage. Meena, heartiest congratulations.
Hi, thank you so much for this. I would just like to say a couple of words. See, when a woman has to achieve something, she has to not just work hard, but she has to also fight off a lot of social expectations and pressures. I think it's that silent boulder that we all carry. But in my case, I've been extremely lucky to have been surrounded by people who have literally taken that last bit out of my life. They are my husband and partner in crime, Vishal, and my wonderful son and parents. Here's hoping that, society paves the path to a situation where hard work and effort are the only things that matter in a woman's path to excellence. Let's all work towards an equal world. It's beautiful to see so many successful women at the top of the chain today in the real estate chain. And let's hope to get as many at the baseline of our industry as well, women at the construction sites. So thank you, Realty Plus, for this lovely award. It's a lot of encouragement for women to go out there and kill it next time in their field. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Meena. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's call upon Swathi PS, CEO, Storyboard Design. Swathi, heartiest congratulations.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Realty Plus for felicitating me with this prestigious award as the best interior designer, storyboard design. To me, women empowerment really means empowering others. And so as the CEO, honing the responsibility to shape the careers and having the responsibility to empower a lot of young women, I always believe that such awards and recognition makes us truly believe that we are in the right track and obviously motivates us to excel and better ourselves for the future. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my entire family who's been a fantastic support in terms of my career and the entrepreneurial journey, my entire team at Storyboard Design, and most importantly, my partner, Jyoti Jain, who always supports. And I think together, we wish to rock the industry as women. So thank you once again, and congratulations to all the winners. And it's amazing to see such beautiful women out there. Women achievers out there. So we should be really proud of ourselves. So it's time to celebrate. Cheers, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Swathi, and cheers on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead to the next category. Winner AV, please.
Awarding the Real Architects of Society, presenting the winners in the category of Women Achievers in Architecture. And the award goes to Architect Nidhi Babadhankar, Founder A&B, and Sabina Khanna, Founder and Principal Architect, Studio Kia, and Vinita Singhania Sharma, Founding Partner, Confluence Consultancy Services.
Well, with this, under the Women Achievers in Architecture, ladies and gentlemen, first up, I'd now like to give a warm invite to Architect Nidhi Babadhankar, the founder of A&B, to kindly join us. Nidhi, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you so much for this award. I am really honored, and I would like to thank Realty Plus and the jury for this recognition. A&B is really glad to have contributed to the real estate industry. Thank you so much for this encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, with this, we'd now like to extend a warm invite to Sabina Khanna, founder and principal architect, Studio Kia, to kindly join us.
Hey, Bhavna.
Hi.
Thank you, Realty Plus, and congratulations to you on your anniversary. It feels fabulous to receive the honor. Very privileged to receive the award, and much gratitude for the recognition. It truly feels elated and humbled, and keeps one motivated and inspiring to do better. So thank you very much again to the jury at Realty Plus for recognizing the talent, and more power to all the women out there, and congratulations to all the winners.
Thank you. Thank you, Sabina. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, a warm invite to Vinita Singhania Sharma, founding partner, Confluence Consultancy Services. Vinita, over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you to Reality Plus. Thank you to the jury members. I'm honored to get this award. And I would like to mention here that we have tried to achieve gender equality in our firm. So kind of more than 50% of architects in my firm are women. So that's quite an achievement for us. And I would like to congratulate all the women who are breaking barriers and achieving such great heights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vinita. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue the momentum. Let's continue the celebration. Let's move ahead to our next category.
Sustainability is the path towards a healthier environment, and our sustainability achievers are helping make a better world every day. Our next category is Women Achievers in Sustainability, and the award goes to Namrata Mehra, Lead, CSR and Sustainability, Godrej Properties Limited, Head of Design, Marketing and Customer Centricity, Vikhroli, Godrej Properties Limited, and Architect Sonali Rastogi, Founding Partner, Morphogenesis, and Sheetal, Managing Partner, Aeon Design and Development LLP.
Well, another great category, ladies and gentlemen, Women Achievers in Sustainability. First up, a warm invite to Namrata Mehra, Lead CSR and Sustainability, Head of Design, Marketing and Customer Centricity, Godrej Properties Limited. Hari's congratulations, Namrata. We'd love to hear from you. Namrata is not here right now, but Hari's congratulations. With this, I'd now like to call upon Architect Sonali Rastogi, Founding Partner, Morphogenesis, to kindly join us. Sonali? Sonali, I believe you're on mute. Would you like to unmute yourself, please?
Is that better?
Yes, I can hear you now. Please.
I'm sorry, I've just gotten off a flight, but I'm just in time to acknowledge what a great job you all are doing by recognizing women in the field of architecture, real estate, and sustainability. And given the fact that I believe that our industry has no other way to go forward other than sustainability, I feel very proud for that 27 years of this career in architecture, real estate, and sustainability is getting recognition on your platform. And this recognition is for me and all my colleagues. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Architect Sonali. But ladies and gentlemen, also I'd like to extend a congratulations to Sheetal, Managing Partner, Aeon Design and Development LLP. She couldn't join us, but we'd love to congratulate her on the same. Well, with this, let's move ahead to our next category and find out the winners.
An important category for the times we live in, Women Achievers in Leading Flexi Spaces. And the award goes to Guncha Khare, Senior Director, Strategy, Dextrous. And Pooja Raikwad, Associate Vice President, Strategy and Expansion, SmartWorks Co-working Spaces Private Limited.
Well, we move ahead to our next category, Women Achievers in Leading Flexi Spaces. First up, a warm invite to Guncha Kare, Senior Director Strategy, Dexterous. Guncha, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And thank you, Realty Plus, for such an amazing honor. Thank you, the jury, for selecting and giving this recognition. I'd like to thank Dexterous, the entire Dexterous team. They're incredible rock stars that work with us day in and day out in providing amazing services and an amazing flexible future of work for our clients. I'd like to thank my family who has been with me throughout this journey, being in the co-working, in the shared workspace category for a very long time, right from Bombay Connect, the first co-working space, to now Dexterous. It's an incredible journey to be on with Dexterous, especially when they're trying to do something so unique in the flexible workspace environment, providing a very inclusive and diverse work environment, going towards the future of work. Congratulations to all the amazing women who have won today, all the nominees as well. It's really empowering to be recognized among such really esteemed names. Thank you again for everyone for giving this opportunity and for the award. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Guncha. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd now like to give a warm invite to Pooja Raikwar, the Associate Vice President, Strategy and Expansion, SmartWorks Co-working Spaces Private Limited. Pooja, over to you now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bhavna. Realty Plus, the esteemed jury members, thank you for this recognition. I am truly honored. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my family for their enduring support. I love you. SmartWorks and my team. I think the founders at SmartWorks have been super encouraging since the time I had joined them, and looking at the company grow and scale to like a 7 million square foot today, the largest player in the country. That has been an incredible journey. So thank you so much, and congratulations to the fellow winners. I think, breaking the barrier or breaking the ceiling, whatever it takes, let's do it together and let's be supportive. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Pooja. Well, on that note, it's time to break into our next category. Let's find out our winners.
Our winner in the next category of Women Achievers in Engineering is turning visions into reality every day. And the award goes to Shilpa Sri Basappa, Director of Product Development, 75F. And Vijay Lakshmi K. Rao, Director, Technical, MEPCON Engineering Services.
Well, under the Women Achievers in Engineering, who turn visions into reality every day, ladies and gentlemen. First up, for Shilpa Sri Basappa, the Director of Product Development, 75F, I believe Sushma is joining on behalf of Shilpa. Sushma, are you there with us?
Yes. Hi, Bhavna. First of all, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. We can.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, congratulations on your 80th anniversary. And on behalf of Shilpa, I really thank Realty Plus for choosing her. Knowing her pretty well, she truly deserves this award. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, and heartiest congratulations to Shilpa on the same. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd now like to send a warm invite to Vijaya Lakshmi K. Rao, Director Technical, MEPCON Engineering Services. Vijaya Lakshmi?
Hello.
Yes, Ms. Rao.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank jury and other team members who awarded me this. I'm really honored and happy to receive this award. And I take this opportunity to thank my friends and colleagues who have been part of my journey for the past 27 years in India and abroad. And, and also I started this company. I'm a consultant right now. So my team members and stocks who are working with me and making this journey, I'm very happy to, I actually try to give this award to them because of them, I'm here today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
And I'd like to thank the fellow award winners and everybody in the team just be positive and keep going. Go ahead.
Totally. Well, on that note, it's time to move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out our winners.
Okay.
Moving on to the next category, we have the category of Women Achievers in Facility and Project Management. And the award goes to Ashwini Valavalkar, Country Head, Technique Control Facility Management. And Chris Gatey, General Manager, Developments, Project Management, Mid-India, Colliers International India Property Services Private Limited. And Soni Kamath, Account Director and Zonal Lead, PAM, Residential West, Jones Lang LaSalle Building Operations Private Limited.
Well, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to award and reward the Women Achievers in Facility and Project Management. First up, a warm invite to Ashwini Valavalkar, Country Head, Technique Control Facility Management. Ashwini, over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. And I think I really am feeling honored and the recognition that is given to the Reality Plus and the jury, not because, I think it's a big achievement being on the facility management for the developers, which talks about, the integral part that FM is being for the developers in the near future. I would also like to share this award and owe this award to my leaders who have been mentoring me, my fabulous team in various roles that I have worked with, for their undying support. I would like to thank, I think for a woman, it is, two sides of the coin when it comes to work and the family. So can't be without, a family, my parents and my friends, the great support of my husband and my kid, my son, who has been there, always there with me. Last but not the least, my TCFM organization, my current organization, which has given so much of trust in me to have this aggressive vision of 50,000 employees that we want to have in the facility management stream. I think which talks about the volume that facility management as an organization is growing. I thank once again the Reality Plus. And to all the women, congratulations to all the women, not only the ones who have won the award, but also been nominated, and more power to all the ladies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashwini. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, a warm invite to Chris Gatey, the General Manager, Developments Project Management, Mid-India, Colliers International India Property Services Private Limited. Chris?
Yeah. Thank you, Bhavna, and a very good evening to all of you. It's truly a high point for me right now. Very happy to receive this award, and over the 2-decade journey, that every challenge and every sacrifice seems worthwhile. Firstly, I thank God for a good life, parents who inspired and equipped me, a family to share, the highs and lows, seniors and mentors who believed in me, Colliers to make an impact professionally. Colliers PJM team have almost delivered close to 2,200 projects, over 450 million square foot, over various asset classes. Women are absolutely impactful and committed, aren't we? We are slowly getting there and having more women into the leadership roles. And I really want to thank Reality Plus and the jury for giving me this award. And it's a huge encouragement today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Well, with this, I'd now like to extend a warm invite to Soni Kamath, Account Director, Soni Kamath, a Zonal Lead, PAM, Residential West, Jones Lang LaSalle Building Operations Private Limited. Soni, heartiest congratulations. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I was gifted a book written by Sheryl Sandberg, and there is a quote very close to my heart. We need women at all levels to change the dynamics, reshape the conversation, and make sure women's voice is heard and not overlooked. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Reality Plus to recognize so many women today, and thank you so much for this recognition, well appreciated. I would also like to thank my organization, Jones Lang LaSalle, as well as our Executive Director, Charu Thapar, and my line manager, Ravindra Kumar Daman, to support in my nomination. I would most certainly want to acknowledge the support from my spouse Vinayak and my loving daughter Nitika for being there through my professional journey. Thank you, Reality Plus, and more power to women.
Absolutely, Soli. More power to women now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, let's move ahead to our next category.
Entrepreneurship is a dynamic calling and thereby resulting in deserving winners in the category of Women Achievers in Entrepreneurship. And the award goes to Nidhi Agarwal, founder, Space Mantra.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Women Achievers in Entrepreneurship. A warm invite to Nidhi Agarwal, founder, Space Mantra. Nidhi, heartiest congratulations.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Reality Plus and the esteemed jury for this recognition. So we are celebrating women icons today. And this award is really a true recognition of the efforts. And as a startup founder, it really means a lot to me and would push me forward to keep working in this domain. Also, a big thank you to my parents for their constant support in me and for making me the woman I am today. A deep gratitude for my in-laws for their belief, in me and the unconditional support throughout these years. My husband Ashish and my kids Arun and Ayush for their love and encouragement. And very importantly, my team here for their constant guidance and support and for bringing out the entrepreneur in me. So, and lastly, congratulations to all the women out there. Great power to you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nidhi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move ahead to our next category.
Our winners in the next category of Women Achievers in HR are beacons of hope amidst challenges. And the award goes to Divya Rao, Associate Director, People and Performance Team, Colliers International India Property Services Private Limited. And Purvi Sharma, Head, Learning and OD, L&T Realty, Mumbai, Lawson & Toubro Limited, Realty Division.
With this, ladies and gentlemen, Women Achievers in HR. First up, a warm invite to Divya Rao, Associate Director, People and Performance Team, Colliers International India Property Services Private Limited. Divya, heartiest congratulations. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna, and good evening to all. Well, it's a great privilege, honor, and an incredible moment for me. I'm truly overwhelmed to receive this award. Thank you, Reality Plus and the jury members for recognizing my work. This recognition goes to Collier's family who believed in me, constantly supported me, and joined me in this unforgettable journey. I always been empowered to do my best work every day, professionally and personally. I thank my family who always taught me to believe and achieve what I want. Well, my journey will continue to do what's right for people and community. More power to all and congrats to all winners. Over to you, Bhavna.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Divya. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, a warm invite to Purvi Sharma, Head Learning and OD, L&T Realty, Mumbai, Larsen & Toubro Limited, Realty Division. Purvi, over to you.
Hey, thanks, Bhavna. Good evening to you and everyone present over here. I think, like others, I'm also feeling very overwhelmed, though this is a virtual event, but you guys are making it sure to, give that personalized feeling to all of us. Thank you to you and your entire team for this. It's really a privilege and honor to receive this award. At this moment, really I'm overwhelmed, but yes, I would like to thank Reality Plus team for having this platform and encouraging all of us in various fields. You are not leaving HR behind. So thanks for that. And also my entire top management team in L&T Realty, my family, the entire ecosystem who has helped me in this journey to reach here. I think we are putting a monkey on our back again with this award. Thank you so much to you and entire team.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all the winners here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Purvi, and kudos to the entire team. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our final award, the Women Icon of the Year. Let's find it out.
And now, perfectly concluding our honor roll, and raising the benchmark for other women to follow in her inspiring footsteps is the winner of the Women Icon of the Year. And the award goes to Sangeeta Prasad, Group CEO, Runwal Group, Runwal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a perfect role out here, an honor role, and a benchmark for what Sangeeta has been setting for all the women leaders in our field. Ladies and gentlemen, the Women Icon of the Year goes to Sangeeta Prasad, Group CEO, Runwal Group, Runwal. Sangeeta, heartiest congratulations. Absolutely looked up to your work in the industry. You inspired so many, and definitely an iconic moment, I must say, for you and everyone watching tonight. Over to you, Sangeeta.
Oh, thank you, Bhavna. Frankly, I was just looking at the bright and capable cohort around me, and this evening has become very delightful. You know, that there's so many women, and who dares to say that real estate does not have women. Real estate has so many women, and I think what you've done is through Realty Plus got this award out in the open. The only feedback I have to give is get more men to be the audience of these awards. Otherwise, it's in the world, the women are very strong and capable. They don't need anything other than their inherent capability, but it's a world around us which needs to be empowered. And so, that's what I feel. I'm humbled and I'm very happy. This has been a very, very good evening. And I look forward in some physical forum to meet many of you, because that's what makes the cohort interesting and strong. So I would like Realty Plus to do that, get all of us together in some forum so that we can jostle around and hustle around and create waves, not only for ourselves, the group who has won the award, but also for girls and aspiring women to come around with us and conquer the world. Thank you once again.
Absolutely. Well said, Sangeeta. Well, because this is a virtual platform, of course, the audience is going to be the entire global audience. So I'm sure there are going to be a lot of men in the audience looking for our women leaders as well. But of course, once it's in the physical arena, let's jostle together, let's hustle together. And of course, as you rightly said, let's create that momentum for all the women leaders, with the men being in the audience as well. So Sangeeta, heartiest congratulations, Women Icon of the Year. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, I now request on that cue for all our women leaders to kindly turn on your cameras. As I told you at the very start of the event, we're going to be inviting all of you to join us back on the screen. And how do you do that? Just turn on your cameras, give us that $1 million smile of yours. And this is the time for the screenshot we'd like all of you to be present for. So firstly, congratulations to all the winners. First, could we have all our winners on the screen first? Thank you. Yes, I can see all of you. If anyone else is still there, I'm going to give you a couple more minutes, because sometimes my voice could reach a little later to you. Maybe you're brewing in a cup of coffee or tea. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to kind of come back on the screen. I can see our entire screen completely full, which goes to say that the women have been waiting, our leaders have been waiting for this moment. I think it's a perfect cue for me to kind of give you a countdown, and that countdown shall just make you smile a lot more, all right? So when I say 3, 2, 1, I think we can do a thumbs up or a victory sign. Would a thumbs up be fine? Or whatever you'd like. You could do a thumbs up victory, however, or just give me a plain smile, all right? And let's hold that expression for 5 seconds, because we could get the best angles when we have 5 seconds hold on that, all right? At the count of 3, 2, 1. Women, let's give our best smiles. Continue. Yes. All right, I think we've got the perfect shot. Let me still confirm with the team. Till then, just keep smiling. All right, I think we've got our shot in place. Well done. Let's congratulate one another. Could we have an applause for all of you out there? I know this is a virtual platform, but I'm sure this winning applause could work wonders for us. Thank you once again. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the fantastic closing of the second Realty Plus Women Icon Awards 2022. Well, I'd like to personally congratulate all the winners. You've made the industry proud with your dedication and performance. Do remember to tag us in all your lovely winning shots. Our social media handles are @RP Realty Plus on Facebook and Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. We'd once again like to thank you all for taking out the time to come and be connected with us today. Your participation and presence made this evening truly memorable, and we wish you all health and well-being. We look forward to seeing you all soon and having the delightful opportunity of connecting to you in person. Thank you and God bless. With this, it is me, Bhavna Bhatia, signing off for today, but we'd like to leave you with the Realty Plus AV on the other side.
Thank you, Bhavna.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Bhavna.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Bhavna.
much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Yeah.
Bye,
Thank you.
Bhavna.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you,
Thank you,
Trupti.
Bhavna.
Thank you, Bhavna.
Thanks, Bhavna.